Hey. Alright, looks like we're live. Congratulations, Lionheart, you are first. Um, yeah.
Well,
This is retarded. I've especially noticed conservatives recently comment on Lizzo, and rather than focusing on, like, literally rape and sexual assault, they're like saying she bullied people and fat shamed. Like, who the fuck cares? Oh, these are gonna be good. Alright.
welcome back to the comment section. I'm Brett Cooper. So I think we all know that there is a lot of terrible advice out in the world. There's a lot of terrible advice on the internet. There are a lot of terrible role models that we should not be looking up to. And today, we certainly have a doozy, and we're going to dive into it. Because somebody online is giving marriage advice, and it is literally the last person who should be doing that. Mia Khalifa.
Right, wouldn't be a 21-year-old virgin, right?
We're going to dive into it. Before we do, though, make sure that you like this video, subscribe to the channel if you have not already, and ring that notification bell so that you never miss a comment section or off the clock episode. Alrighty, so if you do not know, if you are blessed to not know who Mia Khalifa is, she is a former porn star from like the early 2010s, and she has played a huge role in showing how predatory and unethical the adult film industry really is. Now, I think
She's not. She regretted doing porn for various reasons, but from what I could tell, nobody was predatory towards her. She chose to... She was an adult, she chose to do it. Like, the circumstances of how it happened are... like, some guy literally found her working in a burger shop and thought she was hot, asked her if she wanted to have sex on camera, and she was like, yeah, sucking cock on camera, I'll do that, literally. And then she started having sex on camera. She decided not to get an agent and negotiate her pay. She just took whatever the hell they decided to pay her. And then because she's, what, Lebanese or something, and she did... she like did some like Muslim skits or some shit. She got a bunch of hate from like Middle Eastern people and Muslims, and then it freaked her out. And then like because of a variety of reasons like that, she wasn't getting paid much money. Hate online, she decided to quit, and then she just acted like this fucking victim, like, oh, I was preyed upon. Like it was just fucking pathetic. She just wants to erase away some of the shit that happened and not take ownership of it.
think most people with common sense already knew that, but she has helped shed some light in many ways. Now, here's part of her story. This is an article from End the New.
Like, if anything, she's making these people who talk about like actual issues in the adult entertainment industry. If anything, she's making people take it less seriously, because anybody who looks into, you know, what happened with her is going to be like, oh, all these girls are lying and they're full of shit.
Drug. Near the end of 2014, at just 21 years old, she performed in about a dozen explicit adult films, made $12,000 in total.
Right, only 21 years old. You know, when most people graduate college or university or have fought in wars, like, you're only 21. Uh-huh, sure. Fucking clown.
It's not a lot of money, before exiting the industry, and yet remains one of the, quote, most watched performers in the world to date, with videos that are now over 5 years old. The problem is...
Made 12,000 total. So...
Did you just give Christmas?
Yeah.
Because he's acting like his son.
I don't believe her when she says this, by the way. She said she made $12,000 total, and she performed in about a dozen explicit films. So, out of 12 films, each film you were paid $1,000, and you didn't negotiate in the contract to have a split of like gross or net revenue. Like, if this is true, why the fuck should I feel bad for you? I mean, you're the one who figured you're worth that much money. It's just baffling.
She never wanted that title. Mia has explained that her brief porn career was an impulsive act of rebellion. She did not have the greatest childhood, family issues, kind of the normal story.
Yeah, that's bullshit. She said she, like... What the actual story was, it might have changed a few times, but she said she was overweight as a kid, didn't get much attention from boys, then she, like, decided to lose weight, and then she was unhappy with how her figure looked afterwards, so she got breast implants, and then after that, like, dudes started giving her a ton of attention, and then when she was offered to do porn, she thought it was, like, this, kind of outlet for all the sexual things she wanted to do before but couldn't. And I mean, if you look at her films, she was clearly fucking enjoying herself. Like, that's just bullshit. Oh, I had a bad upbringing. Like, yeah, you just wanted to have sex, and apparently on camera as well.
But after one of her videos went viral, she realized the reality of her decision. What is shared online, specifically on a tube site like Pornhub, lives forever. Now, to be fair, and I don't want to victim blame or whatever, but she was an adult. They're saying, you know, she never wanted that title, and she always says that, like, I never intended for this to happen, but she still chose to be in 12 of these films. It's not like, oh, I just want to say, like, screw you to my family.
Yeah, there's like one thing that I'll agree with Brett Cooper on. She was an adult when this happened, and, like, not just anybody agrees to do porn, like, especially given the circumstances. Like, a dude just flat out asked her, hey, do you want to have sex on camera, when he went into this burger shop and saw her working there. Like, not just anybody will fucking do that. So, yeah, so the types of people who agree to get into the porn industry after just getting asked by some random dude on the street, like, she clearly wanted to fucking do it. So, like, that's the only base take she has here.
And do one of them and then leave. No, she did 12 of them. However, that was in a 3-month period. This entire virality, her entire career, her entire reputation was blown up in 3 months. Now, after she went viral, her videos were everywhere because, like I've told you guys before, porn stars...
I don't think that's true. I think she did a number of videos, took a break, and then came back after like a couple years or something. I don't think this is all in the space of 3 months.
Give up all control of their image. She was not getting paid for any of it. People were re-up.
Let me just do a Wikipedia. Early life, Lebanon, raised Catholic, conservative. Yeah, okay, so Catholic girl. Yeah, we know the story here. Pornographic film career. She entered the industry 2014. Stage name was taken from the name of her dog, Mia, an American rapper, Khalifa, or Wiz Khalifa. Yeah, hijab, threesome. I just want to know... So she started 2014. What? Marketing president for X Hamster said the outrage it caused in the Arab world ended up being a bit of a Streisand effect. Suddenly, everyone was searching for her. The effort to censor her only made her more ubiquitous. That's pretty funny. Yeah, so that was probably the big thing that made her quit. It wasn't really the issue with, I don't know, her being ashamed of what she was doing or some fucking bullshit like that. It was the online hate. And it's particularly from Muslims, so a lot of those threats were likely legitimate, where they'd actually kill her. After becoming most searched, blah blah blah. Online death threats, including a manipulated image of Khalifa being held captive by an Islamic State executioner. Warning, she would be the first person in hellfire, to which she jokingly replied, been meaning to get a little tan recently. Lebanese newspapers wrote articles critical of Khalifa, which she considered trivial due to other events in the region. In an interview with the Washington Post, Khalifa said controversial scene was satirical, should be taken as such, claiming Hollywood films depict Muslims, blah, blah, blah. I just want to, like, I'd like to just see a list of her filmography.
How are you feeling tonight? Glad to see you listening to your body and taking time off.
Feeling good, Sam. Yeah, I just needed some time off yesterday, for mental health, really. It's not my body that's the problem, it's just my mind. But, thanks for the donation, dude. If you're down, I'd be up for some sit-ups and twerking. So, yeah, this interview was in 2015 when she was still active, but she started in 2014, so... According to data from Pornhub from January 3rd to 6, 2015, searches for Khalifa increased fivefold. Around a quarter of those searches came from Lebanon. That's pretty funny. In January 2015, Khalifa signed a long-term contract with Bang Bros parent company, WGC Zed Holding, who also owns the largest free porn site X Videos. Contract required her to perform in multiple films each month. However, 2 weeks later, Khalifa, at a change of heart, resigned. So this was 2015 January, and when did she start? October 2014. Okay, yeah, that is roughly 3 months. Yeah, maybe I'm just misremembering. I thought she was active for like a year or two.
Uploading her videos, doing new compilations that were posted on other sites that, they were not originally on. Her reputation had been permanently ruined and she had no control over any of those videos. Now, she had a comeback a few years ago during COVID. She blew up on TikTok with, tearful videos about her experiences in the porn industry and how she regrets all of it. And for a while, I definitely thought that she was somebody to watch. Like, I followed her on TikTok.
I mean, you see the same fucking videos made by people who used to work for that fucking shitty YouTube channel. What was it fucking called? With all the, like, fucking gay femboy dudes who worked there? BuzzFeed? So, like, what does that mean to you? Okay, so she made some stupid bitchy video talking about how she regrets working there. Literally, people who worked for fucking BuzzFeed did that.
TikTok during COVID because I thought, okay, this is really interesting. Like, she's speaking out about a lot of stuff. This could be somebody that maybe could bring a lot of light to this industry and how terrible it is. And for a while, she did. Like, this girl posted on TikTok.
Patience. Are you meditating regularly and learning how to quiet your mind? Also, did you eat before the stream?
So, I did meditate today for, again, about 5 minutes in the afternoon. Helps for a little while, like to calm some anxiety and stuff. So I'm going to keep doing it. And I did have a small soup before stream. Thanks for the donation, Sam. It was a lentil, yellow lentil soup.
saying, when you realize Pornhub pays you $20K to be in a video without your face in it. And then Mia responded and said, girl, don't do it. It's not worth it. She's also been vocal on Instagram saying there's 11 videos will haunt me until I die. And I don't want another girl to go through that because no one should. She did interviews, hour-long interviews with BBC that have 17 million views. Why I'm speaking out against the porn industry. Overall, she just got a ton of press. Here's another article. Mia Khalifa says she regrets her time in the
If she regretted her time doing porn and she wants this all behind her, then why is she drawing just even more attention to it? Like, she had no problem doing porn, okay? The only reason she really quit was because of things like relationship issues. She wanted a boyfriend, the online harassment and hate, crap like that. From what I can tell, it wasn't... Like, she never fucking talked about how she was, like, sexually abused or anything like that. Somebody took advantage of her. Everything was, oh, yeah, they did everything legally and asked my permission and this and that, but I was only an adult. So...
porn industry. But then, as she continued to keep blowing up, she got some other jobs. She was featured in Vogue. She just got a ton of eyes on her. You know, people were cheering her on. And she went and started an OnlyFans. Huh? So the woman who blew up her reputation...
Yeah, no shit. She never had a problem with doing porn. Like, clearly. Like, that's obvious. No fucking shit she's going to make an OnlyFans. Like, chances are the whole fucking reason she did all of these, like, interviews and shit was because she wanted to kickstart some other kind of media career. And, again, since everybody's fucking clamoring for... like her erotic content, yeah, OnlyFans. No shit, she's probably a millionaire right now.
By doing porn, and then created a new image by speaking out against porn, decided to go back to porn because everybody was asking her to, and she wanted more attention, I think. Now here...
No! She never had a problem with porn. There was never an issue with fucking porn. Like, get it through your... How the fuck, like, if it was so bad, if porn was so bad, ruined her fucking life, okay, why is she going back to making erotic content again? It's because it's not bad, you fucking idiot. The person you're cheering on for being anti-porn clearly fucking betrayed you. Like, I don't know what more you need as evidence that clearly porn isn't that fucking bad.
Here's her 1-year celebration announcement on Instagram, 1 year on OnlyFans. I love y'all. Now, she argues, like many people do, that this is ethical porn.
Let's get ethical.
Yes, because a fully grown fucking adult choosing to live their life however the fuck they want, and not harming other people, that's unethical, according to conservatives who are pro-freedom and love the Constitution and want to create a small government. Right.
Wanna get ethical.
And so it's much better. It's not like Pornhub. This is the elite type of porn to do. It's not bad for society. Everything is all rosy and dandy. But we all know that OnlyFans is not actually safer. There are no rules in place to protect creators.
That is complete and utter bullshit. So... OnlyFans requires ID verification, so you need to submit like a driver's license, passport. Sometimes you need multiple forms of ID, so if they're not sure, like if your identity is in question, what they'll do is they'll ask you to provide your birth certificate, driver's license, passport, things like that. That alone prevents...
Where do you meditate? You want to begin expanding the number of minutes in meditation. That will further help quiet your mind.
Yeah, I know. I've just been doing like 5 minutes for the last week, and I just do it on this chair because it's the most comfortable. But thanks for the donation, Sam. Appreciate it. What was I about to say?
There are no rules in place to protect...
Oh yeah, so not age identification. Identity verification is massive. It drastically reduces the chances of something like sex trafficking because there's a legal record of you actually being on the fucking site, if anybody were to like contact the police, say they're being sex trafficked, or if a trafficking victim is recognized by somebody, it's extremely easy for these people to get tracked down and then prosecuted, sex traffickers. It also prevents other like types of fraud from occurring. And I mean, it's user uploaded content. So what fucking protections do you need? I like, you're not going to a studio necessarily and uploading all this. You can do it in the comfort of your bedroom, and not all content on OnlyFans is the same. Like, some people won't upload any erotic content at all, and they'll literally just like show artwork on there. Some people, or lifestyle stuff. Like, some people will do like implied nudity or just erotic photos in cosplay. Other people will do like, you know, mild porn like masturbation. Some people do like really fucking crazy hardcore porn with like, you know, 50-person gangbangs. Like, it's your choice. It's user uploaded content, and because it requires identity verification, it's incredibly safe. Like, what the fuck does she mean? The same dangers exist.
Creators, they still lose autonomy and control over their image, and OnlyFans owns a great portion of their images.
No. OnlyFans doesn't own a license to any of the images you upload. What OnlyFans does is they have a watermark that allows you to protect your licensed content on their fucking website. Like, what are you fucking talking about? What are you, an idiot? Like, read the terms of service.
Only 1% of creators are actually bringing in those huge paychecks that they talk about on TikTok.
No shit. Right. And not every Uber driver is killing it and making six figures. Like, okay, depending on how much you work, how popular you get, your income is going to vary. Like, you could make the same fucking statement about YouTube. Yeah, there's YouTubers making millions of dollars, and then there's people literally making fucking pennies a month, even though they're putting a lot of effort and work into it. That's the nature of the entertainment industry. How the fuck is that a criticism?
Still get exploited and pimped out every single day because there are no safety measures in place. And that
So again, that's absolutely fucking bullshit. And like, again, as the Andrew Tate case proved, sex trafficking occurs on just normal social media sites like TikTok. So again, TikTok does not require identity verification. OnlyFans does. So you need to take a photo of your face. You also need to show government photo ID. That helps massively to prevent sex trafficking and allows police to also track down sex traffickers. Like, and again, this would only apply if we're talking about like some sort of systemic issue when it comes to like online sex content, not how it could affect you personally. If you're just a normal fucking person choosing to upload content on OnlyFans, how is that a fucking problem for you?
That is allegedly what Mia Khalifa is so against. Her entire tirade against the porn industry was because she was exploited and she was preyed upon. She did not know what she was getting into.
She was clearly never exploited and preyed upon. That, like, I don't know how this isn't clicking in her fucking brain. This was all a fucking ruse for attention. And then she just realized there's dollar bills to be made on OnlyFans. So she made OnlyFans. Like,
Girls on OnlyFans do not know what they're getting into because they're sold these lies on TikTok about how amazing and empowering it is. That is a lie. So that should catch you guys up. That's the backstory. She's a porn star, formerly against porn, apparently not. She's done a lot of spicy, fiery content. But if you want to bring the heat, you need Grill Blazer. Are you tired of waiting ages for your grill? 600 perfect for more searing steaks out. Grill Gun, bringing the heat. Demand for barbecue parties for the rest of the summer. So be prepared for that. If you want to get your Grill Gun,
you know, it's funny how she's talking about how, like, porn is immoral and it harms people. Like, she's literally promoting a product that's used, you know, to, like, cook animal flesh. So she's fine with supporting an animal holocaust, promoting products that are used for, cooking steaks and shit. But then, oh yes, when full-grown fucking adults choose to do this, it's just a tragedy.
Visit grillblazer.com and use promo code Cooper for 50 in them, because that is the only time. We've learned now she is not somebody the girl should be looking up to. She's not consistent at all. I think she's driven by attention. But a lot of people see her as a role model, and they see her as this kind of wise old sage. And right now, she's going viral for some of this wisdom. Let's just watch this.
Married at 18, divorced at 21. Second marriage, married at 25, divorced at 28. Third engagement, engaged at 29, ended it at 30, but I kept the ring. I'm still keeping Tom Brady on his toes. We should not be afraid to leave these men. We are not stuck with these people. Marriage is not a sanctimonious thing. It is paperwork. It's something, it's a commitment you make to someone. But if you feel like you're not getting anything from that commitment and you're trying, you gotta go. You gotta go.
That's actually perfectly fair advice. Now, if she is being married, 3 or 4 times, I don't know if she's talking about herself, but that raises a red flag as to why she's getting into these types of relationships. But yes, it's been a huge problem for women for literally thousands of years. When they get married, they're basically just fucking slaves and have no recourse when they're in a bad relationship. Yes, if you're in a bad relationship, certainly leave. It doesn't matter if you're fucking married or not.
We live in an epidemic of just selfishness. It's me, 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 me. If I'm not being served, if this isn't serving me, I'm just gonna, ruin this entire...
She literally said, if you're putting work into the relationship and you're not getting anything back for it, then yeah, leave. And then she just completely misquotes her and acts like Mia Khalifa was saying, oh yeah, if you're not benefiting from this enough, regardless of whether or not you're contributing to the relationship, then leave. What a liar. How can you lie like this when you played the fucking clip?
Higher commitment. Legally binding commitment. It's not serving me. I'm stuck. My God. Anyway, she still keeps going.
I know it's difficult to fill out paperwork and to make appointments and to do all of these things, but this is your life. Do you want to be stuck with someone? Period.
Also, she says the divorce is just making some appointments and filling out some paperwork. What about the emotional side of it? What if you have kids? It's not just, we're done. We're just going to go sign a little paper. No, it's much bigger.
I don't know what to tell you, but yes, most divorces are just signing a few fucking papers. That's what it is. Has she never seen a fucking divorce before? Most people don't own fucking property or enough, or don't have enough assets for any of this to be fucking complicated. When you're talking about really long, complicated, drawn out divorces, you're usually talking about fucking upper middle class or higher, where people are older, they own property or multiple fucking properties and have assets that are divided between each other. But no, most fucking divorces are involve poor people where they don't own property. They might have one fucking car and that's it. Yes, it's a fairly simple fucking process. And if you have children, I don't know why you'd need to be given advice from a fucking 21-year-old virgin to second guess if breaking up is a fucking good idea. No shit, I'm sure people will figure that out.
Bigger than that, emotionally. Even somebody who is so disconnected from their spouse that they want a divorce, it takes a lot. My parents were separated for the majority of my childhood, did not get a divorce until my late teens, because it took so long, because it's so intense. And there's still love there because they spent so much
And she's a rich kid, so...
of their lives together. It's a very serious thing. It has serious impacts on your family and on those individuals' lives. My parents are permanently changed because of their marriage, because of the divorce in its...
Is this experiment being done on this rat ethical?
I'll take a look at that in a second. Thanks, Jessica. So, Brett is saying you shouldn't leave a bad marriage because the divorce process is complicated. So you might as well stay in a bad and or abusive relationship because filling out paperwork is hard. Oh my god. This is what you get when fucking children make these videos.
Okay, so here we have a sleeping bean, as you can see. And we have some chocolate chips. And we're going to see if Bean will wake up when I put some chipperinos on her back. And we'll see how many little chips it takes to wake her up.
As long as those are vegan chocolate
There she
chips,
is.
I don't see any
I
issue with
can't
this
actually see
experiment.
Bean, honestly.
That's a
Yeah,
really
she
cute
is
rat.
sleepy, and that is that.
Oh my god, she's a sleepy
Pretty
rat.
close. So I'm going to put one right here. The chocolate
It's really
chips in it.
sad that rats don't live too long. They're really
I'm going
sweet,
to put it right
like
over my
nice
nose.
animals, and they're so cute. Oh my god.
there-
Chocolate chips? Oh my god.
Okay, wait. Patience, please. Please, patience, little bean, patience. Oh my god. Holding her, she has like 3 in her mouth.
That's a really sweet rat. Thanks for the donation, Jessica. Prim, what you doing? Hmm? What are you doing over there, Prim?
Self. It's not just making appointments because you don't want to be stuck anymore. Like, nobody should be taking this advice. And the fact that she's even giving marriage advice is something that was absolutely not on my 2020.
Right, so we're not supposed to take marriage advice from a porn star, but we're supposed to be taking it from a 21-year-old virgin who's literally never dated before.
Bingo card. The folks at Outkick summed this up perfectly, and they wrote, taking marriage advice from Mia Khalifa would seem to be like taking advice on how to win a war from the Germans. This woman, by her own admission, has 2 failed marriages and a 3rd one that failed even before making it to the altar. Yet she kept the engagement ring. Classy, Mia, real classy. Why would anybody listen to advice from someone who fails at everything? Her core argument is pretty much, I got married, felt the guys weren't good enough, and left. Yes, it's all about me. I'm going to be as selfish as possible. Nothing else matters. It's convenient. It's temporary.
That's not at all what she said. You literally played the clip where she said you should leave a relationship if you're putting in the requisite effort, but then not getting anything out of it.
Terrible advice, and it's not what marriage is. But it really is worrisome how many girls on TikTok just ate this up. Like, there are 2 million views on this video and people are praising her for it. This girl said, and you better keep preaching. This is healthy. This is okay. For real, something I needed to hear. Love this. Mia, I want to be just like you. You're my inspiration. Please, no, what?
Watch from this point, mind blown.
You would be healthier and live longer if you would smoke and drink alcohol. There's actually some centenarians who do smoke and drink alcohol, compared to somebody who doesn't smoke or drink alcohol and does cardio. The cardio is way deadlier. That's why the people who do cardio don't live to 100 plus.
A lot higher.
So, there's literally... I don't know why I have to say this, but, running regularly, like, you know, doing cardio, like, it could be bicycling, whatever, but I think if you do, like, roughly an hour a day, that's associated with, like, a nearly 10-year increase on your lifespan, whereas smoking, I think, after the age of 30 is associated with 10-year reduction to your lifespan. So, yeah, right. Sparage
Welcome back to the comment. Welcome back to the comment.
Fuck. Sparage is not a smart man. Thanks for the donation, T.
That's so upsetting. Another person said, she's amazing. Another person said, it's a business transaction. That's just a sad, dismal way to see marriage. Yes, it is.
Marriage has been, for most of human history, a business transaction. Like, especially for, like, the wealthier class. So, people used to basically wed off their daughters, and they'd usually try to wed their daughters, like, up a class. So if somebody was making a little more money or had more land, they'd try to wed their daughters to those people so that their family would also get more wealth, and especially like, you know, their children. So like, what is she talking about? Marriage has always been used for people to try to gain more wealth. It's always been a fucking business transaction. It's always been political. It's only recently where things have fucking changed, but like, what do you expect? It's just, there's a difference between like how much money people make. People are going to use fucking relationships to get access to fucking money. Like, what do you want? Like, do you want to change marriage laws where there's no like alimony or anything? Like, women can't ever fucking get inheritance or own their husband's property? Like, is that what you want? And then she's gonna then complain about how like, oh, nobody's getting married anymore and everybody's just having casual sex and abandoning religion. So like, and then when she gets fucking divorced eventually, she's gonna fucking cry and complain that, oh, I'm left with like 3 children and I didn't build up a fucking proper career, and my husband doesn't have to like, you know, chip in at all because we repealed these marriage laws. Like, there's no way to win with these fucking people.
It's a legally binding agreement, but it is not a business transaction. No wonder men don't want to get married these days if these are the women that they are faced with. Like, oh my gosh. Somebody on Twitter said, funny thing is that all Mia Khalifa is saying here is don't force.
Yeah, because men don't realize that women are marrying them for their money. That's why men try to make more fucking money and buy like Ferraris and Lamborghinis to impress girls, right? Because they're convinced girls will fall in love with them for their personality if they're driving around in a Ferrari. Fucking moron.
Yourself to stay with somebody you don't love. Meanwhile, all the check marks are acting like she's saying something insane, lol. This site and the opinions it allows to be pushed in the algorithm are actually vile. The opinions it allows to be pushed? Okay, like, calm down, you're exposing that you're basically a socialist. No, she is not saying to, you know, move on from some abusive, terrible relationship where you know. She is saying not to
That's literally what she said.
value yourself or your partner enough to take this commitment seriously, even before you get in.
She said, if you're taking the relationship seriously and you're not getting anything out of it, then leave. She literally said that. You played the audio clip.
Don't mock my health advice. Did you know eating Hostess Twinkies will make you live longer because the preservatives in them will build up your body and preserve you? Veganism is unnatural.
Well, hopefully they start making vegan Twinkies so I can live long. Thanks for the donation, Sfarage.
Into marriage. She's telling girls to treat marriage as if it's this temporary thing that you could just get rid of at the drop of a hat. Just make a few appointments, sign some papers, you're done. Rather than something you prepare for.
Well, apparently she's gotten divorced multiple times, so she'd know. You haven't even gone out on like a single date, fucking virgin.
And then fight for. It is minimizing the significance of that union. She's ruining the nuclear family for these girls before they even have the chance to try it or get there. Now, thankfully, people, of course,
Yes, make sure, like, you know, you just stay in a relationship that you hate, then have kids, and then, you know, once you, like, are exhausted by the time you're, like, in your 40s and your life is over, that's when you should consider divorce. Great advice, Brett.
We're calling her out. There were some people who gave me hope. Like this person on her video said, I think these words come from a place of hurt.
Well, you money-grubbing whore, Richard. I see now you only married Jasmine for that dowry. Tell me, how much did she promise you? You wined me, dined me, fucked me like a rag doll, then left me out in the cold. Why? 'Cause I'm poor? You dirty boy.
Well, again, we just used marriage just to have a, like, legal advantage when it came to immigration.
Since we are acting to Brett, react to this.
Let me take a look, Matthew.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I already have that in the queue. We're gonna react to that. Thanks for the donation, Matthew.
Did you see the Barbie movie? I haven't. Everyone including my brother won't stop talking about it, but it just looks fucking retarded, lol. Plus I heard there was a bunch of feminist BS in it, so that made me want to see it even less.
Apparently it's better than Oppenheimer. YourMovieSucks.org reviewed Oppenheimer and Barbie, and he said Oppenheimer was at least twice as long as it really should have been. It just kept repeating essentially the same scenes and same points over and over again. It just wasn't a particularly good story. And the casting choices were also really weird. And it just made the film just barely watchable. And he said the Barbie movie actually had some really funny ideas. It was fun to watch. And the feminist stuff in it is like people are just overreacting. It's nothing really crazy. So I might actually end up seeing the Barbie movie if it comes out on like Netflix or something. Thanks for the nation though, Ben.
Probably. Marriage is not being stuck with someone. It is sharing love, sharing support, and sharing loyalty. And
when she literally stated that if you're in a marriage where you're putting effort into it, but you're getting nothing out of the relationship, then leave. Like, then clearly there isn't love in that relationship.
And people who replied to him were not happy, and they were saying, screw you. Somebody else said, do not listen to this woman. There isn't anything sanctimonious about her, and then posted this meme. Show me a father figure. None. Pretty normal. Another person said, and I'm giving Bill Gates money tips. Nowadays,
it's funny she says that because she was raised fucking Catholic. Like, what does that tell you about Catholicism?
everyone can talk about anything without proving their competence. What a time to be alive. Another person said, if your mouth and your private parts aren't sanctimonious to you, then dear, no one expects you to view anything with any amount of sanctity. Another person said, I'm very curious what in her mind the word commitment means, which is just a hilarious part of her video where she says, yes, it's a commitment, but not really. You can just get rid of it. It's like, no, I think you totally missed the definition of that word and what marriage actually means. Now, another positive thing that made me happy was that people were so up in arms with her giving this advice that she is literally trending on Twitter right now because of it. And it is just people making fun of her, saying girls are not...
Like, it's pretty funny. She's gonna learn pretty fucking quickly that the only dudes who are gonna be interested in marrying her are guys that just want her for sex. So yeah, you're gonna find out, you know, marriage is pretty transactional.
Do you think Miami would be a cool place to live?
Probably not. It looks kind of sucky. I don't like it when people are, you know, kind of like fake, not down to earth, really obsessed about, you know, money, status. So I don't know if I'd really like Miami. Sure, the weather's nice, but southern and western states are probably not going to be that great in a few decades because of global warming. They're just going to end up getting too hot. There's going to be way too many hurricanes, lack of fresh water. So utilities are either going to be hard to access or extremely expensive. Yeah. So. But thanks for the donation, Dodo. Having gains, is it true that previous sexual partners increase long-term relationship failure? Kind of depends.
Now take this advice, and it's not even...
Just some appreciation.
Well, thank you for that, Jasmine Wilder. Appreciate the donation.
Even from like big trad right-wing accounts. It's just people with common sense going, this is terrible. Do not listen to the advice of a porn star who just craves...
Well, maybe if you weren't fucking retarded and you could actually listen to what she was saying, you wouldn't think that. Let's see. Short kings deserve a shot.
Welcome back to the comment section. I'm Brett Cooper. We've been talking a lot about relationships recently just because there have been a lot of breakups in the news recently, a lot of chaotic things happening in relationships, and I think that they brought up some good discussions. And now I have a new thing that I want to discuss, another dating trend that I have seen online. There's a new Evie article about a dating trend. It's a dating trend that has been around for a while, and I think it's worth discussing because I have had guys ask me about this in the past when I go live and they ask questions about, you know, trying to find somebody to date. This is definitely a insecurity that a lot of guys have, so I want to dive into it, hopefully provide some hope, maybe some advice. We'll see how it goes. This is an article from Evie.
Yes, take advice from a girl who's a 21-year-old virgin who is trying to tell you, oh, short guys deserve a chance, but you'll never see her date a short guy.
You guys know I love Evie. If you do not follow them or subscribe to them, especially if you want advice about relationships, they are fantastic. Before we dive into this though, make sure that you like this video, subscribe to the channel if you've not already, and ring that notification bell so that you never miss a comment section or off the clock episode. My friend Gina wrote this article. She's awesome. Another person you should follow. She's great. Only 15% of women show an interest in 5'8" men on dating apps, according to a survey. While over 60% of women are interested in dating men over 6 feet tall, only 15% are willing to date a man who is 5'8" or shorter. And again, like I said, this is something that has been around for a while. It's like, why do girls not want to date me? You know, I'm 5'8", like, you know, girls always want the taller guys.
How would you describe Brett Cooper?
She's an annoying, ignorant know-it-all, and she's just entirely phony. She's one of these women who thinks she's, like, funny and smart and witty, but if she was ever, like, debating somebody with half a fucking brain or ever did like stand-up comedy, she'd find out pretty fucking quickly how not funny she is. And like, I think when she actually grows up and has grown-up sort of issues, like she's talking about relationships here, reality's gonna hit her like a ton of fucking bricks. But thanks for the donation, Matthew.
Kind of a joke. Like, I have a couple of guy friends who are super tall, and it's usually very easy for them to, you know, attract a girl out in public because they see a tall guy and they're like, ooh, it's like a moth to a flame. They zoom over to them for sure. But the article says, a survey from Bumble found that 60% of women indicate that they are looking for a man over 6 feet tall in their search filters. However, that number drops steeply as the height of men lowers. 30% of women are willing to date a man who is 5'11", and only 15% of women are willing to date men who are 5'8" or shorter. That 30% number is even crazier to me. Like, I get the 5'8" thing, like that just seems normal, like I hear that with my friends, but like not even being willing to date somebody who is 5'11", that's insane to me. That truly is.
That's not okay!
She goes on and she says, in fact, more women are willing to date extreme heights, such as 7 feet tall, rather than a man who is 5'11". Anyone who is under 6 feet tall tends to be overlooked generally by the majority of women. And it sounds dismal, I know, but stick with me. We're gonna get through this together. Don't be upset yet. Now, this graph was posted on Twitter, so somebody commented under it and said, the average male is 5'9". No wonder women are always cranky. They want what they can't have. I'd be afraid to see the criteria that men are looking for. Like, also, the average female height is 5'4". So
What's up, my vegan ninja? Glad to see you back. You look well. Let's get back at it with the vegan mints, my boy. Ban Christy XO for not being vegan. Short kings rise up even if we can't see you when you stand. LLLLL.
Alright, well, good luck with that. The Short King Uprising. Appreciate the donation. Less is fucking more.
The reason I said it looked dumb was BC I'm not really a big fan of Ryan Gosling musicals. Cough cough la la land. As for people exaggerating the feminist stuff in the movie, you're probably right. People think that any film with a female lead is feminist.
Yeah, the movie looks stupid, but, it's not a serious movie, so, you know. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben. Appreciate it. Oh.
seriously do not know what these girls are being so picky about. Like, come on. A guy who was 5'8", if you were 5'4", that is a perfect height difference. That's lovely. Your children will be so cute.
And so tiny.
And it will be just fine. Also, right after I read this article last night, I saw this tweet. This guy says, I'm 5'7", and then the girl says, sorry, I don't date guys below 6 feet. And she's obviously like 5'2". It's absurd. Girls, come on, get over yourself. This also reminds me of that female delusion calculator. If you guys don't know what it is, you can go pull it up online right now. You can take it while I'm talking about it if you're interested. I actually think I did a deeper dive on this during a live stream last year. I might have even taken it live. I don't even remember. But basically, women put in their criteria for the type of man they want to meet, and it tells you how delusional you are and what your chances are in meeting a guy like that based on the population. And there are tons of videos showing girls taking the test. This one cracked me up because she got absolutely roasted in the comments for good reason.
What is the ideal age for a guy?
I really like 28 to 37 max. Like, not in the 40s.
What would you want his income to be?
$500,000? Is that bad?
That's, what's her name? Brittany Ryan or Courtney Ryan? She has a lot of girlfriends who want to date, like, fucking millionaires. It's so bizarre, and it's usually like these girls in their fucking 20s or something, like early 20s, saying, "Oh, I want a guy who makes like maybe $500,000 a year, like minimum." It's just retarded. I don't know where you find these fucking people, but
Right, let's get it. Age 28 to 37.
Also, there's something on there where you can like exclude married men. We all know Ariana Grande would not click that button.
And there she went.
She does not have a problem. Maybe that's why she gets so many men, is because she doesn't have to worry about them being taken. That's just an aside.
Minimum height 5'8".
She also went through all those on the original video.
And 500k. This is a cat bag for sure. Let's see. And dun, 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 dun.
aren't you in the top like 1% of earners if you make 500k to begin with? And then if you narrow down that age range, there's no 28-year-olds making that money unless they're like fucking YouTube famous or something.
0.058.
Yeah.
Full-fledged cat bag.
So she is very delusional. It's important to have high standards. You want the person that you're going to be with to be successful, but it also...
You know, she's saying all this. You're probably not going to see her being okay with marrying a guy who makes an average income, which would only be like between 40,000 50,000. And again, chances are if she's going to date somebody...
Delving into meat ethics made me question everything. Now leaning towards moral nihilism. Despite this, I'll continue to stay committed to being vegan. Nevertheless, I can't deny the overwhelming sense of being lost that I'm experiencing.
Moral nihilism? I don't know what that is, but, yeah, anyway, good luck. Thanks for that donation, Ben. Yeah, so Brett's saying all the shit about how women are delusional and shit, like, she's still single. Like I really wonder what her preferences are, where supposedly she's interested in men, supposedly interested in getting married in the future. Like, okay, so why are you single? Like, she's also talked about having issues meeting men. I don't know if she let that slip or if she's comfortable talking about it. Like, what preferences does she have? Like, does she brush off or ignore dudes who are like under 5'8" or, you know, aren't from a certain family or make a certain amount of money? Like, probably. So...
also does not look great when you're saying, oh yeah, well, 500,000. I think the original clip, like the girl in the video, I think she was from a bigger video where they were asking all these girls like what they want guys to make and what they think guys actually make. And it's just people being totally off base. I don't think they know how much money people actually make. I don't think they understand the state of the economy right now. So obviously she was getting torched in the comments. And this calculator is, you know, just a reality check for women and usually upsetting for men, and men get very upset in the comments. But
what is that? Calculator. Let's go back.
decide.
Minimum height.
Have to worry about them being taken. That's just an aside.
Minimum height.
What is that calculator thing? Dating likelihood calculator? Maybe this... Oh, female delusion calculator. Let's see how delusional a girl would have to be to get with me. So, let's see. I'm 32. I'll put the age range between 34 and 28.
Bro, nothing wrong with having high standards. I want a sugar mama who makes $1 million a year, sustains my lifestyle, worships me, treats me like a king, not fat, supermodel looks, is a freak in bed, feeds me vegan tendies, etc. I will not settle for less.
Yeah, if,
Are you kidding me? Oppenheimer was one of the best movies I've ever seen. The Barbie film was garbage that made no sense. It was one of the worst movies I've ever seen. Don't listen to the critics, they for the most part are paid off anyway.
Okay, well that's good to know, Matthew. Thanks for that donation. Yeah, Ben, if like men were going online saying they want a girl who makes like $1 million a year, beautiful, like they'd get laughed at so fucking hard. It's weird how like girls don't seem as crazy when they say the stupid shit. Minimum height, I'll put 6'3" because I'm 6'3". I'm not gonna share my yearly income out loud, but let's see. The probability of getting with a guy like me is 0.033%. So, and I score in the top 0.26% of all black men in that age range. So, that's a, yeah, I'm a high value man.
Topic made me think if this video. I feel bad for this guy.
Let me see.
You're great women. Why is that okay?
The great. Why is it okay for women to say, "Oh, you're 5 feet on dating sites. You should be dead"? That's okay.
Who said that to you here? Nobody.
Women in general have said it on dating sites. You think I'm making that shit up? Everywhere I go, I get the same fucking smirk with the biting lip.
Yeah, that guy is really pathetic. I can't remember his name, but he actually has a YouTube channel, and he has a very short temper. His temper is probably as short as his height. Thanks for the donation, Jessica.
Hi VG. Hope you are doing well tonight. Would you say that this is an accurate representation of people in positions of power? Also, I love how they made Trump enthusiastic about being indicted lol.
Mr. President, the bill is ready. Just sign right here, Mr. President. And if you could just sign this one as well, Mr. President.
I don't think it quite works like that. I can't remember the context of that whole joke. And this is being blocked in my country, so that's too bad. But thanks for the donation. Bend over.
Snitched snurgis 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 snitched snurgis. I liked Barbie.
Well, that's good, non-wib. Thanks for the donation. Bender Tillers, yeah, the bagel guy got exposed for being a massive piece of shit. Let me see. Chris Morgan, bagel boss, being creepy, objectifying women, promoting violence and blackmail against women. People actually defend this guy. Yeah, like, there's a reason why people don't like him and talk shit about him in public.
Just like any little thing that annoys them, they're quick to sue. They're quick to call the cops for harassment. Well, why don't we make them sign a contract that says, if you don't fuck me by the third date, I'm kicking you out of the car and I'm leaving you fucking stranded. Ew, how rude of you. Oh, you ain't got no problems taking our money, but you don't want to fuck me? That should be against the law.
That is super beta.
People who are sex deprived and are ridiculed on a constant basis are the ones that snap.
Yeah, like these types of creepy incel fucking weirdos who think they're owed anything. Like, if they think relationships should be transactional like this, like, oh, I pay for dates and stuff, so you have sex with me, like, why don't you just buy a fucking prostitute?
That shoot up schools, that crack open a window in Vegas and shoot people out in public. These are the people that rape people. These are the people that all kind. I get it. I understand it now. Thank God I ain't never done it, and hopefully I never will, because I've been to college and know the difference and the consequences. But I get it.
What
I relate now.
This guy wants to fucking commit a mass killing because girls won't have sex with him after he pays for the third date.
Get it. I used to have
Holy
a few friends in the
shit.
past that I felt bad for them because, Well, they hardly ever got pussy. Some of them I don't think, like, seriously ever have. Ever have. And they said to me, I would love to rape women. I can't, I want to rape a woman. I can't stand it. And I looked at him, I said, I get it. I understand. Doesn't make it right, but I get it. Again, it doesn't necessarily...
How fucking crazy do you have to be to, like, post this shit online?
Make it right, but don't sit here and tell me that all of you acted like you never thought about killing someone at some point in your life, or at least just saying it because somebody pissed you off. Stop hiding behind a camera and, oh, he said it because, and act like I didn't say it, but you did, but you just never got it on camera. You pussy. I'm a man enough to say it because I'm real.
Yeah, what a fucking wacko. Holy shit. Then over here I found another link. Let me see.
I'm so indicted, and I just can't hide it. I'm about to go to jail, and I don't like it. I'm so indicted.
Yeah, the Trump memes are pretty great. It'll be so funny when he's actually, like, hauled off to jail. And then he won't see the light of day. It's gonna be so funny. I wonder what all of his fucking sycophants are gonna do when he actually, like, when the reality sinks in. This guy is just gonna die in prison. Thanks, Bendover. Matthew donated $2, says baby. Well, thank you, Matthew. Dodo donated $2. What the fuck? You were supposed to debate Kid today. You haven't emailed him now. He said he couldn't debate today for some fucking weird reason, and then he said he can debate me tomorrow, Sunday. And he keeps changing the fucking time. I'm like, okay, well, what time Sunday? And then he's like, let me see. Yeah, probably not. He said at 4, and then he said, how about 1 to 3? And then I said, okay, I can do 1. What time zone are you in? Then he said Central Daylight. Then he said, oh, well, 8 to 10 in the morning might be better, or I could do 12 to 1. Like, it's just insane. So now I told him, okay, just give me a fucking time. And then he said 11 a.m. his time, which would be 12 p.m. for me. But I don't think he's gonna fucking show up. We'll see. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
That you're going to be with to be successful, but it also does not look great when you're saying, oh yeah, well, 500,000. I think the original clip, like the girl in the video, I think she was from a bigger video where they were asking all these girls like what they want guys to make and what they think guys actually make. And it's just people being totally off base. I don't think they know how much money people actually make. I don't think they understand the state of the economy right now. So obviously she was getting torched in the comments. And this calculator is, you know, just a reality check for women and usually upsetting for men, and men get very upset in the comments. But to balance it all out, there is a male delusion calculator, so I think we have some equality there, because often in those videos the guys are also looking for something that does not exist a lot of the time.
It's like catching a unicorn.
Somebody commented and said, I'm 6'2", and that doesn't seem to be enough, so maybe there is something other than height that plays into it. There is, don't you worry, we're going to talk about that. Women don't even know the reason to why they like tall men. It's because they want to feel protected. If you can, in a subtle way, show them you are capable of protecting, you will become tall.
It's probably not really. Height is probably more of a sexual selection thing than a they want to feel protected kind of thing. There's a few reasons for thinking that. For one thing, like, again, height isn't really the end-all be-all when it comes to, you know, things like physical strength. So if you're shorter but you're also like really fucking wide and stocky,
Hey, can you have asked yourself and Dr. Avi to do debate review with your last debate with Destiny? Nothing wrong with improving your arguments. Will you ask Avi and ask yourself to help please learn?
Sure. I'll definitely need some help with this debate with the 10-year-old. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. So yeah, it's probably a sexual selection thing. There's plenty of other physical qualities that would suggest somebody is, like, physically threatening. But women don't... There's a fucking fly on my screen. Why the fuck isn't it getting off? I don't want to hit the screen because it'll fuck up, like, my really expensive monitor. There's plenty of other physical qualities that would make somebody good at protecting you, but women don't seem to really care about that as much. Women also, like, talk about height as if it's, like, a unique attractive feature. They don't mention, like, height in, like, a different type of context where there's, like, practical value behind it. It's like a sexual feature that they like. It's kind of like how dudes talk about how they like big boobs. So it's probably a sexual preference and not some sort of, like, practical preference.
Tall in their eyes. Or the other option is that you stand on your wallet, hence the $500,000 salary range. LOL.
How can you spend $100,000 in one night?
But in all seriousness, Gina in this article tries to unpack why men gravitate to taller men, and hopefully this gives some insight. She said, experts like John Malinoff, PhD, propose evolutionary psychology as an explanation, positing that taller men may have been historically seen as better protectors and providers. This
Probably not. Height is probably likely linked to other physical traits that are just better for survival. Because height is kind of preferred cross-culturally as well. But I just think it's, like, probably a sexual selection kind of thing. It might not really have much overall benefit. Like, you can find populations of people where the average height is pretty fucking low, like certain countries in Asia and stuff, and in India, so I don't know.
This height preference could also translate to a psychological perception of tall men as being more dominant leaders. And as a woman, I totally understand that. Like, it makes sense. It's very in line with what that commenter said right before I read that quote from Gina. But this also is important for tall guys to hear. Maybe you'll have an easier time attracting women if you're standing at a bar and you're towering over everybody else. But if you want to find and keep a more traditional, high-value, high-quality woman, you will have to show that you are not only tall and good-looking, but that you are steady and capable of being a leader and a provider. That is the most important thing. If you want a high-quality woman, if you want to start a family with a woman, that is what she's going to be looking for, more than just your height. We might be intrinsically attracted to something, but attraction does not keep a relationship going. That is not the only thing that is important, and that is essential to remember. Gina rounded out the article with this. At the end of the day, men attract women because of their...
So, yeah, there's obviously other qualities that people are going to look for when it comes to mate preferences. That's just fucking obvious, though.
Humor, success, and their ability to protect and provide. There are plenty of men out there who are able to do all of those things regardless of their height.
We can't all be 6 feet 3 inches shredded with an anaconda BBC making greater than $100,000 a year, Bitchard. You don't understand the plight of the shorter, more average man. Girlfriends should be mandatory and sexlessness should be illegal. Black pill is truth. LLLLLLLLL underscore equals plus underscore equals plus you.
Well, although I might not be able to understand the plight of the average man, seeing as how I'm so amazing, but yeah, I don't think we should take away women's rights just because you're having trouble getting laid. Thanks for the donation, Cret Booper.
Beef curtains, front bottom, lady bits and opossum. Cunt, pussy, bits Beijing go minky varg. Fanny, panties, rancid fish candy. The nickel perfume, the moist hole, throwing tampons in the toilet bowl. queefs, roast beefs, selling pictures of your feets.
Don't know if I'll do all that, but thanks, Ben.
That is very important to hear. You are not exempt from that because you are 5'8". Attraction and interest never boil down exclusively to looks, and men who know that and lead with other characteristics often have no problem dating in the real world. And this is the point that I definitely want to drive home, both for men and for women. And sometimes, like I said, women need a reality check based on what they're looking for. For men, if you really want to stand out, your height should not hold you back. In fact, it should motivate you more than anything to lead with other characteristics and to work on those other characteristics. When Chris Williamson was on the show a couple of weeks ago, he made a point that I just keep bringing up because it's so good and it can be applied to so many different conversations.
Oh, right, the idiot who defends Andrew Tate, the sex trafficker, that guy.
He was talking to men and he said, guys, like, the bar is so low right now. There has never been a better opportunity to improve your life, to take that step, to, push yourself a little more, because you don't even need to do that much to stand out in our current society, which should be exciting to you. That should make it seem a little bit easier. Over 40% of men in their 20s are technically obese. If you just start eating better and putting more emphasis on a healthy lifestyle and working out, you will already be doing better than so many people. And that is attractive. That initiative is attractive. Taking care of your health is attractive. That's more attractive.
There's such a huge genetic link with obesity. I'm pretty sure there's about an 80% concordance with genes, like genetic makeup and obesity. Like, that's kind of easier said than done. There's a reason why so much of the population is obese. It's not because people just out of nowhere decided to just start making bad lifestyle choices.
Attractive than your height, guaranteed. Doing things.
This woman is unbearable. But Maui is not. He's really, really, really orange. 7,777,777.
That is true. Maui is much more bearable and much more orange than Brett Cooper. I wish I could be that orange. Maybe one day. Thanks for the donation, thee then now.
Things like holding the door open and actually walking up to her front door to meet her for a date rather than sitting in your car and being like, yo, I'm here, come on out. That is a game changer. And it's kind of sad that those are considered game changers.
It's not.
Because I feel like those are just normal chivalrous things, but in the modern day world where chivalry is like slowly dying and so many men do not want to be protectors.
If a girl actually gave a fucking shit if I'd get out of my car and meet her at the front door versus just texting her and saying, get in the car, bitch, like, I'd think she's a fucking idiot.
Or leaders or be chivalrous at all, that will make you stand out. And those are easy things to do. Taking care of yourself, taking initiative, being a kind, masculine man, that makes you stand out way more than your height. And I'm saying that as somebody who has almost exclusively gone out with guys that are around my height. And I'm 5'8". Personality matters. I've seen it with my...
You know what that means? That probably means those are the only dudes she can actually end up going out with because she's so intolerable. Like, she talks about how she prefers much taller men, and then she says she's almost exclusively gone out with guys who are like, she can't really be much more than like 5'4", right? So she's probably just cancerous to most dudes. She's just fucking annoying and an idiot. So she's left with like dudes who are 5'5" or something going out with her.
My friends, I have a blonde bombshell good friend who's 5'11", and her 2 long-term relationships have been with guys who are shorter than her. Do not let it hold you back. You're going to be great.
Well, not a bad message. She wasn't totally off there. $8, can you watch this one next? Let me see.
Welcome back to the comment section. I'm Brett Cooper. We're going to do another one of...
Is it selfish to not want children? No. It's just a simple preference.
Our reaction videos today. We've actually done this on Friday for the last couple of weeks, and I'm enjoying it.
In fact, quite a few people decide to not have children for non-selfish reasons. It's because they think they'd be bad parents and they'd make children suffer. They think the world isn't good enough for kids and they don't want their children to suffer just because the world is a problem. Environmental reasons, things like that. or there might be like a genetic disease that runs in their family, and that's why they don't want to have kids. I know some people who've had sickle cell anemia who actually decided to adopt children so they wouldn't pass down sickle cell to their kids.
Because I think it's a fun way to usher in the weekend and give you guys some different sort of weekend content. So, reacting to another longer video today, I am stoked. We're talking about whether or not the child-free movement has gone too far. Before we get into it, though, make sure that you like this video, subscribe to the channel if you have not already, ring that notification bell so that you...
Love how this is being said by a fucking virgin, talking about whether or not having children is selfish. You're a fucking virgin. Like, I just don't get it.
Never miss a comment section or off the clock episode. Alrighty, so the child-free movement, as you guys probably know, is all over social media. People are ranting about kids, or aka crotch goblins is what they're calling them these days. Regretting having them, women are showing their child-free life and how amazing it is compared to people with children, shaming mothers.
Yeah, so on average, women in the United States who choose not to have children are happier than women who do have children. And there's probably two main factors for that. One, living expenses have increased. So because the financial burden of having children is so much more than it used to be, people who don't have children have a huge financial advantage. And secondly, people who choose to not have children are going to be people who made a choice that they considered that would benefit them. Whereas most people who have children actually don't choose to have children. They have children by mistake. Most pregnancies are not planned. So you just have a greater number of people who've made a decision that wasn't thought out in a way where, you know, they set up that decision to benefit them. Whereas people who chose not to have children, they did make a decision that was thought out in a way that would benefit them.
You guys have seen it. It's gross. People think that I'm exaggerating sometimes when I talk about it, but the kind of content that people make about children these days is awful. It's incredibly sad. And even if you don't want to have children, or if you're not at that place in your life yet, there's no reason to shame and attack small little human beings. Like, they're already under attack for so many other things in our society right now. It's just absolutely unnecessary. But the largest platform where this happens is probably Reddit. And the subreddit Child Free has over 1.5 million members. It is in the top 1% of all subreddits. And this subreddit started as a sort of support group and validating people's experiences and their decisions not to have kids, but it has also gotten increasingly toxic. One person wrote this about 4 years ago. I once went on there and somebody told me that
She's saying the subreddit has gotten increasingly toxic recently, and then shows a fucking comment from 4 years ago. Just, why do you even try?
Human motherhood, you know, teaching, protecting, giving love and warmth to, helping children in times of crisis, was akin to a dragonfly that just pops out a few eggs and then leaves. They told me that people having kids was setting women's lives backwards. It was just bizarre. That's also just a very common outdated argument that if a woman has a child, she's setting her life backwards. It's like, can we move on from that? It's not the case anymore. Another person said, just unsub.
Well, it's more so the case than ever, because most families, living expenses have increased. Both a mother and a father have to work these days. It's very rare that a woman doesn't work, and it's also increasingly becoming the case that marriages are failing. So women who choose to have children, they are at higher risk of financial burden.
From r/child free. I don't want children myself, but there's no reason to be a jerk and use the total patronizing word
6 years ago. She really had to dig deep to find anything. This is from 6 years ago, and she's talking about how the community has only recently become so toxic.
Breeders to describe people that sub is toxic. Apparently, Child Free was using the term breeders before people came in and started telling biological women that they were just breeders. So they've been ahead of the trend. Another person said, easily in the top 10 most toxic.
6 years ago. Again, she really had to fucking search for these comments.
Subs on this website, in my opinion.
Let me do my own research. r/child free. Let's just see some of the like posts. 35 years old, husband, have been together 11 years, made sure he knew before we got married I was never going to have kids. Finally got my tubes removed. He was not happy about it, which is confusing to me since I stated from before we got serious that I never wanted kids, so her husband's just a fucking idiot. He said he does want kids, but now he is stuck with me, and I told him if he wanted kids, he should have...
Brett Cooper, you're dumb as fuck. It's no wonder you're a virgin and out of luck. You can't find a man, because you lack a brain. Please stop talking as I'm in pain. We know Shapiro is your brother. You both inherited stupid from your father and mother.
That is a wonderful poem. Thanks for sharing. Appreciate the donation, Ben. So he stuck with me. I told him if he wanted kids, he should leave me and pursue that. I didn't want to get in his way of a family. He told me last night that nobody would ever want me now that I'm barren. I never realized how cruel somebody could be to another person that said they loved for years. So yikes, blah blah. This shows him up for the rotter he is. Amen. Da-da-da. So there's just support. Like, it's funny, if you actually look at... This was 10 hours ago, so this would have been after this video was posted. But, I mean, you can see plenty of fucking posts for why the subreddit, you know, has so much popularity. Like, it seems that the people who choose not to have children are usually the ones who are the victims of harassment. And then she has to cherry pick posts from fucking 6 years ago in order to make this point. Oh, the subreddit's so toxic, but when you look at any of this, like, nothing is really toxic here for the most part. Donators, is that Ben Shapiro's cousin? Look at her face. Looks like Abby Shapiro, who looks like Ben Shapiro. Also react. I don't know if they're related, but yeah, they look very similar, for sure.
Oppressive Muslim regimes have nothing to do with my religion.
Nothing to do with Islamic law.
Nothing to do with what I believe as a Muslim, no.
No, but it doesn't give what you believe.
Question them.
Does it have to do with Islamic law?
What?
That was putting it in place.
No, I just explained it to you. If you're homosexual in an Islamic state, what did I just say to you?
You tell me what you...
Yeah, so he's dodging the fucking question. The guy's pointing out that his beliefs have created these oppressive Islamic regimes. So aren't you going to take, like, shouldn't that believe, like, shouldn't you take some responsibility for those things happening based on your faith? And then he's saying, like, he's just dodging the question and bring up how that's their issue when that's not what the guy's asking.
What Islam teaches? I'm telling you what Islamic teaches. I don't know what you said. I'll tell you what Islam teaches.
To what point does
Islam teaches? Okay, if you're having homosexual sex in your house, like I've said to you, oh, I am. Well, I am. Nobody can come. Your state cannot kick down your door to see what.
Yeah, so that's total bullshit. If you actually, like, there's no question, ask any Islamic scholar, they all agree that, according to Islam, you're supposed to execute homosexuals. There's just some debate over how you're supposed to do it. Some people think you're supposed to behead them. There's, like, some phrase in the Quran about, like, dropping people from, like, a high height who think they're above everybody else or something like that. And they think based on that, like, text, you're supposed to just drop gay people from a building to kill them, or like a really high place, or roll them down a mountain till they die, something like that. But, like, where do you think those beliefs fucking come from? Like, it obviously comes from this guy's religious beliefs. He might think the proper interpretation of these things is different, where you're not supposed to do that. But, like, look, if this is supposedly the word of God and the interpretation can vary so wildly that some people think, yeah, we need to literally have a witch hunt of homosexuals and murder them all, versus, well, that's their business, let them do whatever they want. Like, clearly your God's very poor at communicating. What's also really creepy here is this guy didn't condemn the act of killing homosexuals. He just said, oh, I don't have a problem as long as you're like just doing it in your house and nobody finds out about it. So he's not against murdering gay people. He's just trying to dodge these questions that are being asked of him and basically apologize for this idea of it being okay to kill gay people.
In case you haven't noticed, this was originally going to be a short, but I'm going to turn into a video. Going to come out next week. Still working on it. But the government has just had hearings on aliens, UFOs, and they have not denied it, surprisingly. So,
This kid is not bright.
where are they? If you have found them, you know what they are. They're aliens. Where are they? Where are they coming from? Maybe we can stop them. Maybe they're friendly. Someone, tell me where they're from. Maybe I can shoot. No, not shoot them. Maybe we can either be friends, or if they're harmful, start a war. Like for new part, and bye.
Yeah, thanks for the donation again, Dodo.
Along with r/atheism, the former r/fat people hate, and a few others. I think that the attitudes on there have actually started to leak into real life. I've heard some
By the way, like, it's funny how she's mentioning this child-free subreddit is toxic. Like, go to any conservative space on any website. Like, the amount of pro-Nazi content that you'll see and Holocaust denialism and shit is fucking crazy. Like, if she were to make a subreddit, I can guarantee you there'd be people talking about how the Holocaust never happened. And then she has to dig up shit like 6 years ago where somebody's fucking complaining about something somebody else said on this fucking subreddit.
incredibly rude people in restaurants and in real life recently calling children names and making a stink about being in the same room as anybody under the age of 18. And I say this as an atheist who doesn't have children. Now, these posts are all from a few years ago, so in my kind of naive mind, I was like, maybe
Oh, a few years ago, 6 years ago.
the subreddit has gotten better. Maybe it's fine. But then I had to bring myself back down to earth because considering what I see on the rest of social media, I don't really think that that is true, especially considering these attitudes and values are all over every other social media platform, and in real life, people are getting bolder about it. So I think it's just gotten worse in my opinion. And just to put it out there, I'm not going to try to argue whether people can choose to not have children or whether they even should choose to not have children, because at the end of the day, it's not my life. You're an individual. You can do whatever you want. Do I think that we should value families more, and do I think that women would be happier as mothers than OnlyFans models? Obviously, you guys all know that, but
They're not. You can objectively prove they're not.
personally, I am more interested in understanding why our society has convinced so many people, specifically women, that having children is the worst thing that could ever happen to you. And I think the stakes are now raised considering the fact that our birth rate is plummeting, and scientists like Elon Musk's are warning us of a population collapse. So it's getting a little more intense. Time's of the essence, I think. But let's get into it. Let's just watch this video.
So I'm out here today, and the question I'm asking is, do you want kids?
Whoa. She's a fucking liar. So she said this subreddit has gotten more and more toxic as time has gone on. She showed fucking comments from 6 years ago and then doesn't show anything recent and then just states, oh yeah, it's gotten so much worse, the subreddit. She's such a fucking liar.
I have kids, but if I didn't have a kid, I'd still want a kid. The only way we're gonna survive is to embrace being human. Just because we can do something, it doesn't mean we should. I already have kids.
What did that mean? She has kids. She loves her kids. but she's also saying just because we can, we shouldn't. For a moment, I was totally bought in there, and I also think she was absolutely right about, you have to embrace being human. And I also think, and I've said this before, having children is the most...
Turbo Black Pill donated $2. Thoughts?
So I recently released a video that detailed the level of Jewish overrepresentation on Joe Rogan's podcast. As it turns out, about 42% of all political guests and 22% of guests overall are ethnically Jewish. This despite Jews making up only 2% of the US population. And I wonder how Joe Rogan has been doing since then. Better than average. Now, while many commenters on that video agreed that the state of affairs was concerning, and for reasons which extend far beyond the Joe Rogan experience, a strong minority of commenters tried to rationalize this overrepresentation, to explain it away not as the result of foul play or preferential treatment, but as something completely natural and expected. Their most common argument, of course, centered around the Jews' supposedly higher average IQ as compared to every other ethnic group in the US. Because the Jews are so much more intelligent, the argument goes, we should expect them and indeed want them.
What is this guy's channel about? Because this seems anti-Semitic from the just watching the start of this.
Or otherwise. So in conclusion, for the claims of high Jewish IQ, since they lack any sound basis in research, since they are supported using arguments which are at best unfalsifiable and at worst verifiable nonsense, since we know a more reasonable estimate of their IQ would mean that their number of geniuses is dwarfed by the number of white geniuses, I am unapologetically and unambiguously saying that this claim is bunk. That it has only been propagated using a myriad of dishonest statistical techniques and pseudoscientific explanations, and I will speculate now, has only gained prominence as a conjured together ex post facto explanation for their high levels of overrepresentation. Overrepresentation among billionaires. Overrepresentation on all Forbes' wealthiest lists. Overrepresentation among Harvard and Yale undergrads. And overrepresentation among the 40 richest individuals in the US. The only reason people continue to make this claim of extraordinary Jewish intelligence is because it is a benign way to escape confronting the question of Jewish overrepresentation. Once an honest person realizes and engages with this problem, you need an explanation. Your soul yearns for the truth. Now, most grifters are wise enough to avoid the landmine altogether and remain willfully ignorant. But for those who step on it, like Jordan Peterson, the only way to avoid the blow-up is to diffuse the whole situation with this one ready-made explanation. If the Jews are simply smarter, then everything's okay, and we should just allow them to wield political power far beyond the scope of their numbers.
Okay, yeah, this guy's a crazy wacko racist anti-Semite. He's clearly, he clearly has conspiratorial beliefs against Jews. Yeah, I guess.
If there was actually a God, he wouldn't let his message get so widely misinterpreted.
Yeah, that's a good question, and again, I think that's very strong evidence against the existence of a God. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben.
What? You don't want it?
I do. Have you seen BattleBit Remastered? I have. I'm not gonna get it, but I have seen it. Why do Brett and Candace Owens give a shit about Mia Khalifa? Because they wish they could suck cock as good as her. Oh.
Most hopeful thing that you can ever do. You're leaving a legacy. You're saying you can make this world better. Like, I'm leaving a good world for you. It's very positive. If you just think the world is going to end and there's no hope, obviously you're not going to want to have kids. And that's how most people in my generation especially think. So it's unsurprising that they don't want to have children. But anyway.
Most people can't even afford a fucking home, so why the hell would they add to their financial burden by having kids?
I don't know what she meant there by the end.
Have you always wanted kids when you were growing up?
Yes.
Would you want your kids to have kids?
If it's right for them.
By the time I'm 35, I'll be old enough to kind of start being more mature at that point.
Do you know how many kids you want?
35! That's so sad. Like, there's that whole, it's not even a stereotype. I was about to say it's a stereotype, but there's all of these studies about men maturing, like, slower than women. It's not 35.
I honestly think men mature faster than women. I know there's bullshit like about I think growth velocities, and some of those studies involved things like like task management skills, attention span, things like that. Like boys tend to be more hyperactive, and I think they're also more prone to things like autism and ADD. So I think that's skewed. I honestly think men actually mature faster than women do. But what's it called? Yeah. When you look at when you look at living costs versus average income, why the hell would you be surprised when people aren't really considering having children until after they're 30?
Like, I think you could get it together. Men in their early 20s were fighting wars many decades ago. I think you can get off TikTok and go find a wife, sir.
When I want to adopt, to skip the first 5 years.
I'm sorry, so if you can shoot people with a machine gun, you're mature enough to have kids. Well, I guess a lot of mass shooters really missed out.
Trial run?
Yeah, trial run. Exactly.
Return it if you don't like it.
100%.
Ooh, I don't like
Fucking
that.
idiot.
That's really... I'm
Like,
sure...
what a genuinely stupid fucking thing to say. She's saying because men fought in wars when they were in their teens, therefore you can have a child before you're 30. Like, women have had far less experience in warfare, so, like, does that say something about women's ability to have children when they're younger? Like, it's just so fucking retarded.
That video is so based. You know it's based, Richard. 46% of Joe Rogan guests and 80% of Lex Friedman guests, you know it's sus, man. This pill is even deeper and more brutal than the black pill. Possibly the cause of the black pill.
No. Like, by the way, what they consider Jewish is also really weird. There's this, like, bizarre racial purity thing where a lot of these people don't come from, like, a purely Israeli background or Jewish background where both mother, father's Jewish. It's like either dad or mom, and then they married outside of their culture or religion. Like, they still consider that Jewish because, oh, your genes are muddied with the Jewish gene, so that still means you're Jewish. Like, it's fucking stupid. I don't fucking care if most Joe Rogan guests are Jewish. Who fucking gives a shit? Thanks to the nation that Turbo Black Pill.
He's a nice guy, but I want to try with the baby that's not actually mine and see if I like it. That's offensive to that child that you are taking in and, you know, literally breathing life into, whether it's, you know, naturally or not.
I always reference this whenever I hear this anti-Semitism. Don't confuse racial categories with scientific ones. Don't assume that making positive comments about a group is necessarily a good thing.
Debate about race and intelligence seems to be never-ending. Special nature of the intelligence ascribed to Jews recently appeared in an essay by one of the authors of The Notorious Study of Race and Intelligence, Bell Curve. How this debate is constructed and what its implications are for the appearance of race as a category in medical biology science at the core of present essay. Maybe read this. Like, I will say there's not really any way to categorize humans by race, so it's just pretty weird. Like, it's hard to do any real research on that. Reappearance of race within the medical and biological sciences attempts to explain characteristics ascribed to constructed populations through the new lens of genetics-related sciences. These older categories have little or nothing to do with the new science is not evident. Carry with them much of the baggage of racism, including the so-called positive stereotypes of a group. Yep. I'll read that whole thing later. But the race and intelligence thing it's pretty much all just nonsense. Thanks for the nation, though, Ben.
That's odd.
I don't know. That's a lot of money that I wouldn't be spending on myself.
That's embarrassing.
I'm equipped to raise a child through all the, that things I can hardly deal with myself.
I like to go out a lot. I can only take care of one person.
I'm a musician, and so it's really hard for me to even think about caring for others at this time.
Everybody needs to take some goddamn responsibility and think about somebody other than yourself. And I'm saying,
Aren't they? They're literally saying they're not, like, emotionally equipped to take care of a kid. So if they're not, like, capable of adequately caring for children, then wouldn't choosing not to have children be considering somebody else? You idiot.
saying this is somebody whose favorite book is The Virtue of Selfishness by Ayn Rand.
Like, just think about this. Take some responsibility and get cream pied. Like, why don't you just take responsibility and get knocked up? Like, fucking moron.
So I do believe in putting yourself first in many instances, but at some point, you got to realize that there is a world out there and it does not revolve around you. That's like very embarrassing, but also...
Like, aren't you at the age where you're an adult and you can, like, have children? Why don't you have children, Brett? Like, why don't you take responsibility? Like, fucking idiot.
So somebody who says that they just go out all the time and they can only take care of themselves and the world is just too stressful, they just can't do it. Maybe you shouldn't actually have a kid. I'm so conflicted on that because obviously I want people to have children. I want people to find joy and value family, and we need to, keep the population up. But also I look at some of these people.
This is somebody who is a virgin, who I don't even know if she's dated because the way she describes her romantic history is kind of weird. And then she's talking about how having children is so amazing and beautiful and lovely. Like, she's never even had kids. So how the fuck would she know? Like, from what I can tell, life is pretty good for her right now, right? Like, she doesn't, like, I've never seen her talk about depression. She seems fairly happy. It looks like her career is going pretty well. She has 3.25 million subs on her YouTube channel, and because she's a part of the Daily Wire network, I'm sure she gets paid a pretty good amount of money just from the network she's on. So she's living a good life without children right now. Why the hell would she think her life would be better with children? And making this argument, she's basically saying everybody's life would be better with children. She doesn't have that experience.
People, and I'm like, ooh, maybe not you. Ooh, maybe not.
I need to do some healing before I impart any of those things I've gone through on another little human. It's not that I don't want kids. I'm a 39-year-old woman, and at this point in my life, there's just still work I need to do.
Everybody is so screwed up. That's what I'm learning. Maybe it's positive because they don't want to, push that on their kids and screw up their children. But also, I think that says more about you and the fact that you have not figured it out by 39 years old. And newsflash, I don't think you ever actually figure it out. Life is not actually about
Okay, so then you have kids. Go fucking get knocked up. Like, who are you to judge?
Finding happiness at all times, being
Fucking
totally stable.
moron.
Life is literally about hardships. Where you are normally is not 100% joyful, where everything is perfect. It's constant.
Fuck. What's that?
Welcome back to
the... What's that, website called where you can look at YouTuber metrics? Social Blade, right? Yeah. Whoa. She's had 185 million video views from the last 30 days. Okay, this woman is a millionaire. This woman is a millionaire. Like, the fucking standard of living she has is so far above everybody else on the fucking planet. It's not even funny. And she has one of the, like, most desirable jobs as well. What is her excuse for not having kids at this point? Like, if she's claiming, oh, just because life is hard, just because you have personal problems, just because money is an issue, that's not an excuse to not have kids. You are in the most, like, cushiest fucking position imaginable. You're in one of the wealthiest countries on Earth. You're one of the wealthiest people on Earth. You have one of the easiest fucking jobs where having a kid wouldn't really affect your career. You can still do this just fine. You're just talking into a fucking camera, and she probably doesn't even do her own video editing. With the money she's making, she probably has her own video editor. What's her excuse for not having kids? If she's gonna, like, you know, put this fucking burden on other people.
Constantly overcoming challenges and becoming better and growing and empowering yourself. And you're sitting here at 39 years old still thinking that you can't get past that. You're being crippled by your own experiences, apparently.
You feel more free not having kids?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I can travel whenever I want. I can spend my money all on me.
What's like a typical weekend look like for you?
Like go to a music festival or like an EDM or house show.
Andrew Tate would hate her. Did you guys see that tweet that he did a couple of weeks ago where he was like, I will never go out with any woman that's gone to a music festival, and then you're posting on your Instagram story about how you're having so much fun, but really you're just like covered in dirt and you're drunk and it's so disgusting. That tweet single-handedly was like, I should reconsider Andrew Tate. It's like, I believe it.
Donate Tellers, I don't think she owns her channel. It's probably like one of those Chinese streamer situations where there's like a conservative brothel that has a bunch of streaming rooms and they groom the streamers also. I don't think that's the case. Let's see. Not everyone in this video died suddenly, but having worked in the media, I never saw this happen until after the vax rollout. Why would the vaccine be responsible and not the virus? Countries like Switzerland no longer offer mRNA vaccine. That's not true. Hey, America, wake up. Yeah, that's not true. Let me see.
Vaccine. A CDC safety group says the heart condition in adolescent and young adults is linked to the shot.
CDC now looking into reports of heart problems in young vaccinated teenagers.
Now chest pain, fluttering, and heart inflammation are among some of the new signs.
Yeah, so some of these are fake. Some of these are also... They have such little footage. Some of this is also,
Is this good advice?
Some of this is also the same clip over and over again. So, yeah, that's just bullshit. Let me see, Faux Hammer.
Everybody listen up, this a punch lesson. Go and get a fire Carter site, go to the dump section. Never get a savings account dump, you always want check. Make sure you go and grab a credit dump, they never hit with debit. You better put a proxy server on or use public connection. You can't get too comfortable on there, get the
I'm not watching that, I don't even know what that's about. Thanks for the donation, dude.
I think it's very selfish. Looking at the world and how it is right now, global warming and all that kind of stuff, I am not sure if I want this environment to my kids.
She seems pleasant. She seems like she's having a great time. It's interesting that she's saying that having children is selfish. But then it's interesting because the two women he was talking to before this are basically saying,
ask anybody why they want kids, they'll tell you, I just want kids. So, yeah. How is it selfish to choose not to have children for reasons like thinking you wouldn't be a good parent, you don't want to contribute to environmental problems, you might have a genetic disease that you don't want to pass down, or psychological issues, versus, oh, I just want kids because, you know, I think it'd be fun. Like, I think it, like, by the way, every fucking argument Brett has made for why you should have kids is that you'll be happier, it'll make your life better. Isn't that selfish? Like, she didn't say, oh, well, it's an opportunity to better the existence of mankind by, you know, raising a generation that will have a better life than you will. Like, no, she said, you should have kids because it'll make you happier. Like, that's literally a selfish fucking reason. Fucking moron.
saying that they would rather be more selfish and not have children because having children is actually a selfless act, which is true, in my opinion.
For the first time in history, people are questioning if it's even morally okay to have children.
Climate change is a big factor in why she's not having children.
We're not sure though, we're gonna have...
Didn't like a few million people in Pakistan fucking die because of flooding that's related to climate change? Like, it's a legitimate reason.
Kids because we don't want to bring our kids into a world like this.
It is not okay to have children.
The lives of children are going to be feared.
Like, I mean, in Canada, I don't know what the state of things are in the US, but in Canada, there's literally I think there's over 1 million fewer houses than there needs to be to properly support the housing market. Like, when you're literally going to have kids when there's such a huge housing shortage, it's something to fucking consider. Like, maybe we don't want to keep fucking breeding when there's such massive fucking shortages in resources like just fucking shelter. Yara donated $2. This is a self-correcting issue anyway. Let me see.
If you enjoy my work, please consider supporting me on my and due to the potential coming collapse of public pension systems, resulting in the reinvented role of children as a form of an old age insurance. I have thus explored possible increases in fertility caused by sociocultural and socioeconomic changes. In this video, I would like to explore the last, but certainly not the least, way in which the fertility rates could increase significantly in the future, and that is the natural selection and overall genetic pressure working in favor.
Well, that's not what's happening. What you're seeing is just increased immigration. Because, like, again, people are looking at short-term survival as well. So when you have issues fucking paying for rent, you're not going to be thinking about how having, like, 3 or 4 children right now might benefit you when you're at retirement age. So right now, all of this is being kind of dealt with immigration, and like we already have sort of a living model of this as well. Japan. Japan has had issues with birth rates for a long time, like since the fucking like late 80s at the fucking latest. This was like even a culturally pervasive fucking problem enough where like movies were being made about this in the fucking 90s, where people weren't having children and there was just like this aging population crisis. Again, like even Japan is doing the same thing about this, where they're basically just fixing the problem with allowing more immigration.
Of higher fertility.
So yeah, no, that's not what's gonna happen. I don't need to watch that video. Thanks for the donation though, Yara.
Very difficult.
It's impacting everyone.
For the first time ever, there are more women without children at 30 than there are women with children.
So in short, people ain't having sex. With some countries already facing the...
No, I think they kind of are, but they, in many countries, just abort those children. It's very, very...
Literally, I think right now when you're looking at like 20-year-old age groups, people are having less sex.
True, but I do think that because birth control is so much more accessible and it's so commonplace now, even though
here we go,
we're learning a lot of
like this is a really fucking common conservative myth that just won't die because they're fucking idiots and they don't like understand how sex works. People fucking knew that like cum had baby making ingredients. So one of the oldest methods of like contraception or birth control was just the pull-out method, or just having a girl like fucking jerk you off and come in her mouth at the end. People knew how to do family planning since humans have fucking existed. You don't need to have like access to fucking birth control for people to figure out how to family plan. It's just that it makes it more convenient and it makes it a little easier to have sex in ways that you might want to. And especially when you have, you know, like drugs and alcohol related where you might not, you know, have a partner and be able to communicate with them on stuff like this. It just makes things a bit easier for you. But like this idea that society has massively changed when it comes to sexual activity because the pill exists, it's stupid.
about it, and maybe it's not so great for women. At least until last year, the prevalence of abortion and abortion being used as a form of birth control, I mean, 99% of abortion is used as birth control. So I think that they're just figuring out ways around this.
In our parents' generation, most people got married younger, with women being caretaker, like cooking, watching your children, like being a stay-at-home mom, like that was your job. Nowadays, it's like women like to work. To be a stay-at-home mom, like you have to have money.
Honestly, everything was cheaper back then. You could get a house for much cheaper. Everything was just more affordable. But also, I feel like a lot of people in this generation are trying to be successful on their own.
You can still be a stay-at-home mom. You can still live off of a single income. It's obviously harder, but you make a sacrifice.
What? A millionaire is telling a poor person that you can be a single stay-at-home mom when you're just relying on a single income. It's a little difficult, but what? She's a fucking millionaire. And she's telling this woman you can do just fine. It's easy to have kids when you're a single stay-at-home mom and you're relying on a single income. Holy fuck.
A common thread in this video is people are not wanting to sacrifice anything. They're not wanting to sacrifice fun. They're not wanting to have to
You're a millionaire. You don't have to sacrifice fucking anything. Even your fucking job is like perfectly suited to somebody who wants to maintain their career while still having kids. Holy fuck.
Hey VG, do you think Shizzy is natty? Also, do you think high-level BJJ is superior for street fighting than high-level boxing? Love you LLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLL.
Really depends. I'd say in more situations you'd probably be better off with jiu-jitsu than boxing, especially if you're fighting single opponents. But street fighting's kind of a different thing. So, and do you think Shizzy is natty? Who the fuck is Shizzy? No, it's obviously on steroids. Thanks for the donation, dude.
actually get their life together. I want to make all this money at the beginning of my career and I'll think about kids later. No, the whole gist of having kids, I think, is sacrificing for these people that you're raising. And I don't think anybody wants to do that.
She's a fucking millionaire and she's saying this. She's literally in a position where it would barely affect her life at all. If she got if she got pregnant tomorrow, she could just quit, retire right now, and just live off of investments, and just like compounding interest in her bank account. And then she's talking about how people just they just don't have the moral fortitude to make sacrifices anymore. Then why the fuck don't you have kids? You're in a perfect position to have children. Why the fuck don't you have them? Like, oh my god, I hate this. She's such a fucking judgmental piece of shit.
You really don't have time to take care of a baby.
The declining of birth rates is people planning more their lives, their future, and their family life.
Why do you think this is happening to our country?
People are dying. I don't know. I went to dark places, I'm sorry. But I mean, like, I think people are maybe more career focused. Like, people are getting kids when they're older.
People are realizing, like, I have a future to have before I even have a
They have to be career focused. Cost of living is so much higher.
family.
Me. It's all about me. What about the future of our world?
Okay, so then have kids, Brett. What the fuck is your problem?
One of the things with declining birth rates is we're going to have no young people. If everybody just stops having kids.
Cool, then have kids. Like, why the fuck aren't you having a baby every year?
There's going to be this huge generational gap. What happens to the workforce? What happens to innovation? What happens?
Oh, yes. Who is going to fucking do your nails and your hair when you go to the fucking salon every morning, right? Like, what a fucking jackass.
To fixing the problems.
This is a millionaire talking about this.
Problems that exist in our world that everybody is talking about. There's going to be nobody to address that. Everybody is living like, the end is tomorrow. Newsflash, Al Gore and AOC said that the world was ending 7 years ago. That was like 9 years ago. It's not. We're still here.
Do you think then this is a sign of societal decline?
Absolutely. And we should be very alarmed.
Definitely, and good for us. I think some destruction is necessary for like things to grow into new places.
She scares me just a little bit. That's like if Greta had not become Greta and just became some like grunge protester that was like throwing, you know, stop big oil, throwing like tomato soup at artwork, that's who she would become.
Do you think in America we're prioritizing more about getting the bag than rather than...
Turbo Black Pill, $20. The whole money thing is just an excuse. Lower class women had the most kids, counting for age. Well, I know that. Also, during the Great Depression, fertility rate was way higher. Well, yeah, poor people tend to have more children, and there's different theories behind that. Part of it is probably lower income people have worse education, and they just make dumber decisions versus more well-educated, higher income earners. But yeah, it's not terribly surprising. I'd also imagine having more of an interest. It may also have to do with interest too. Like people who are very high income earners, they're probably more career driven. They're more interested in their education or their job. So they're just going to focus on that rather than have kids. Whereas people who are lower income earners, it may just be a lifestyle choice where they just choose to make less money but have more of a family. Thanks for the nation, though, Turbo Black Pill.
And building like a strong family unit?
For some people, you got to get the bag first to build a strong family unit. For what some people want for their family, like, you got to be making money to have that.
I also think it's important to note that it is very expensive, and a lot of...
You know, it's pretty funny, too. She was just talking about how women these days are, like, asking for, like, men to make millions of dollars before they'll even consider dating them. And then she's talking about, like, and then in another video, she's talking about how it's unreasonable
Brett Cooper
for men to want to be making that kind of money before they have kids. Like, she's trying to make it seem as though women's dating preferences are, like, too high, but then she's also, like, shaming men for wanting to make more money and focus on their careers. Like... There's no consistent narrative across her channel.
Brett Cooper has so much caucasity. If you didn't know, caucasity means the audacity of white people. Meaning, the willingness to take bold risks only white people feel safe doing. Lamau.
That must be it. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben.
That is our government's fault. Like, our economy is our government's fault. The things that are so expensive, the way that we are taxed, which makes it almost impossible.
Ah, gross. Fucking fly. Yeah, so taxes aren't really what's making living expenses so high. The biggest thing contributing to living expenses is just housing cost. That's mostly due to zoning laws. Zoning laws are absolutely destroying the fucking housing market and making it incredibly expensive to live, and that is the government's fault. Taxes wouldn't fix that problem. Also, like, again, taxes redistribute wealth, and one of the reasons why people aren't having children is because there's no social safety nets. So if you just tax the fucking rich more, you cut off from the top and give it down to the bottom, you're going to see more people have fucking kids because there's a social safety net. Cordy, you donate $2. Why lower class has more kids?
As the 21st century began, human evolution was at a turning point. Natural selection, the process by which the strongest, the smartest, the fastest reproduced in greater numbers than the rest, a process.
Having kids.
I'm not going to watch a 5-minute fucking clip, but yeah, I know. Thanks for the donation, Cordy.
To, you know, have a single income family. That is directly the fault of the government. And so I'm not saying that, these hardships are not real and that these people do not have real concerns. The financial concerns are more important and more legit than the environmental concerns. But I think you need to look at the government and who you're electing, who is creating those laws and taxing you in that way, that is making your life so difficult.
People who are making like an average income aren't getting taxed to death by Democrats. So, no.
Imagine that. Again, it's selflessness. It's sacrifice for something that is so much bigger than you and so much more important as a society.
Okay, so then we're not going to see her have kids for a long time, I can guarantee you. So why doesn't she have kids when she's in a perfect position to have them?
As a culture, we have turned away from that, and it's too scary and it's too hard, when some of the hardest things are the most rewarding things and the best things. And I think my generation just as a whole is like, ooh, I don't even want to touch it. I want to go have fun.
For them, it's like being in person, whereas like us, like social media, like Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, we can connect more easily.
Do you think we're more connected though?
I think that maybe just like access to
No.
technology has just shown us like how much more there is out there.
And look, it seems paradoxical, but is this infinite access to potential options and technology the direct contributor to our falling birth rates?
I mean, this isn't specifically about the declining birth rate, but I do think that all of these opportunities and all of technology, I think that it's created this kind of decision fatigue, and people are very overwhelmed all the time. Like, there's so much I have to go do. When, many years ago, it was just like, oh, yeah, this is what I do and this is fine. And I think you can also make the argument that, all of these opportunities, being able to see what's, out in the world and everything that you can do, that's great and it's important. But also, if my generation can't step up and like live up to that and thrive in that environment, then maybe it's not actually positive, especially if they're all freaking out about doing basic adult tasks.
This is coming from a millionaire who's made this money by being an entertainer. Like, as if you've had to face the real world.
At 39 years old, which is still what I'm not over.
With a click of a button, dating apps presents you a pool of potential partners with an algorithm built to keep you addicted to the promise of finding the one.
It's literally a game. Tinder is a game. It's designed to be addicting. It is a game.
What they found with the Tinder economy is that the bottom 80% of men in terms of attractiveness are competing for the bottom 22% of women, and the top 78% of women are competing for the top 20% of men. And so for those at the top with options, there's a paradox of choice in dating where people are always searching to avoid committing to one person in fear of losing out on someone even better out there. And with the rise of AI, not only is there genuine fear that automation will start replacing people's jobs, from truck drivers to even lawyers, it may even start replacing human companionship.
The whole point of a robot is that you can have a relationship with it.
I stopped seeing her as an it, and more as not a person, of course, but something more.
I hate that. I hate it. I hate AI. It is so weird, especially when you get into like the robot stuff. We've known that, these.
She hates AI. Like, didn't she just say the whole reason behind having children is so that we can make, like, advancements and fix problems, which AI can do? Like, if you hate AI, then I guess you hate humanity, because that's something we've come up with. Maybe we should have just stopped having children in the 1960s. Oh my god.
These AI parasocial relationships would happen, even though it's happened very, very quickly over the last...
That wouldn't be a parasocial relationship, technically. Yeah, I don't think that would fit the definition of a parasocial relationship if you're talking about having a relationship with an AI.
Last few months, everything has been digitized, and that's so negative for us.
Are we at a point where adolescence is becoming an extension of childhood?
I don't know, like, if you could have an AI that, can give you a better relationship than any human being can give you, I don't know why that's necessarily a problem if people can have better, more meaningful relationships.
This right here is why they work so hard on voter suppression, changing the rules, overturning results, etc. This shift is just beginning, and it is inevitable.
Since Trump won the White House in 2016, 32 million young people have become eligible to vote, and 20 million elderly voters have died. It's 52 million voter swing from old to young, likely Democratic voters. Yeah, that's a pretty huge demographic change. So, you're probably going to see more attempts at voter suppression from Republicans. Thanks for that donation, the bend over.
Childhood rather than the beginning of adulthood.
Yes! Yes, we are. Absolutely. 39 years old, I haven't figured it out yet. That is going to be in the back of my mind for literally the rest of the week. All these baby adults walking around. We talked about this in a couple of other episodes.
Well, guess what? Those babies have fucking jobs and support themselves. You're just a fucking jackass who basically won the lottery. And you just get to make insane, ridiculous amounts of money by blabbing on the fucking internet. So, yeah, to call them, fucking immature. Just, oh my God.
It's the kidults. They're still buying toys. They're driving the toy industry forward because it's adults buying Legos. It's adults reading Teen Vogue and saying, oh, I just want to be about me. I just want to go have fun. I can't figure.
What? Adults are the ones driving sales behind Teen Vogue. Where the fuck did she get that idea?
Figure it out yet. Adulting is so hard. Get over yourself. It's not cute to not be responsible for your life. It's not cute to be incompetent. It's impressive to be empowered. It's impressive to be a strong individual and actually take responsibility for your damn life. That's the best thing you said in this entire video.
I think a lot of people like glamorize motherhood, but then I think a lot of people have started dissing people who are mothers or who embrace motherhood. I don't know, I've been seeing like a lot of TikToks of people who once they have children, it causes like stress in the marriage.
I don't know if you are on TikTok, but there's a whole thing with like the girl with like the list of like reasons why you should not have kids.
We also did an entire episode about that. That is a terrible, terrible thing on TikTok. And it's just fear porn, basically, and scaring women out of having children. And obviously it's important to be.
Like, it's funny how when you have concerns or an opinion against having children, they're illegitimate. But if anything's pro having kids, it's all legitimate. And she just doesn't even bother to engage with the actual argument.
To be transparent about.
Like, it's always, okay, well, I don't have anywhere near enough money to actually have kids at this point in my life. You're not willing to make sacrifices. Oh, I have, like, you know, deep-seated psychological problems where, you know, I would probably end up, like, abusing a kid if I had kids. Well, nobody's perfect. Just have kids anyway. Like, just nothing is... It's, like, she just doesn't care. It's just ideological.
Motherhood and, you know, what goes on during pregnancy. But these kinds of anecdotes that these women are putting online are horrifying and terrifying. And there's all these young women that are on TikTok being like, oh my God, I can't, this is so awful. I can't do it. I can't do it. And it started off talking about pregnancy and like serious things that can happen. But as you get deeper into the list, it's like, oh, my toddler poops a lot. Oh my God, it cries in me. Oh, it grabbed my fork and threw it on the floor. It's like, okay, my dog sort of does the same thing.
No. Again, there's a reason why she doesn't have kids. But she does have, like, a pet animal. The idea that a fucking dog is as difficult to deal with as a newborn baby. Give me a fucking break.
Except my dog is ever going to grow up and be able to be self-sufficient, and it's not going to be as rewarding to me.
Yeah.
Not showing any of the beautiful parts of motherhood or what it does for you and the kind of sacrifice and how rewarding that is. Like, that side of parenthood.
She's saying this when she's a 21-year-old version. What the fuck does she know about parenthood?
Is not being shown.
And based on its engagements, the videos have become pretty damn popular. But it does make you think, does it reflect the popular trend nowadays to bash pregnancies and to encourage women to reject motherhood? And in developed countries with greater access to education and birth control, there tend to be lower fertility and birth rates. And along with it, a shift where women now have the opportunity to prioritize their own careers and goals, unlike in underdeveloped countries where family and children are the traditional focus.
I just want to know who's happier. We can talk all day about how empowered women are and oh, they get a chance to work on their careers. You all happy? Because I see my generation. You're not very happy.
Do you feel like the societal pressure to have kids is unfair?
I live in the LA bubble where a lot of people are doing similar things to what I'm doing. They're focusing on their career.
I'm curious, like in your immediate circle, how many of them have kids?
Oh, none.
Luckily, like all my family are just like, they know I'm going for my goals and they're not pressuring me, which is great. But I know some people get pressured.
A lot of times people forget that like our responsibility is just to kind of enjoy the life that we're living.
Is it though? I can't stand this girl. It's just sad. It's not even that I don't like her. It's just like, it's sad.
For generations.
Like, her argument for having kids is so that another generation of people can enjoy life, and then she's criticizing somebody for trying to enjoy their life, even though that's supposedly the reason her parents would have ideally wanted to have her. Like, again, there's no sense behind this. It's just ideological. Just have kids because kids.
Adult femininity was most correlated with having children, and not having any was putting your individual needs above the country's. Even the Pope recently criticized couples that were having pets over children.
It's interesting because I think it's more millennials
She has a pet and no kids. The hypocrisy here.
that have pets instead of children and call them their fur babies and my little children. For my generation,
Millennials like that, like some millennials are 40 now. What is she talking about?
they can't even take care of pets. They have plants. It's plant moms. They literally call all my plant babies. Listen, I love plants. I've got a garden. They're not my children. You can't even care for a dog.
Not only does a growing economy change access to education and family planning, but also affords opportunities to shift attitudes towards marriage and family. And so there's a tricky balance between having enough money to have kids and a general decline in desire to have kids as wealth increases. What does this tell us about society and what we truly value?
It's so interesting because everybody that he interviewed was saying, you know, there's not enough money. I'd only have kids if somebody else paid for it. But then we're looking at these other
There's very easy stats that prove this. If you look at European countries that have high taxes for the rich, and they have a lot of social benefits for people who have children, so like free daycare, really robust healthcare system. They're like also employers or the state provides like maternity leave. Sometimes it's for like up to 5 years. It's crazy. They don't have a reduction. Like, you're not seeing a decline in birth rates. Their birth rates have just stayed steady. It's only in places like the US where living expenses have increased and you're seeing a stagnation of social services or a decline in social services where you're seeing birth rates decline. So yes, like wealth and income and resources are a big part of this. People are going to be less willing to have kids if it's going to be a huge fucking financial burden on them.
economies, and obviously we're looking at it on, you know, a global scale. It's interesting. It's an interesting dichotomy. I don't know.
Do you think you'll regret it if you never had kids?
I think a lot of times people have more feelings of like, I wish I would have waited. Maybe I would have like thought things through more before having children versus people who don't have them. I feel like they less of the time like regret not having.
I think it's something that naturally I'd want if I had more time. If I could still have kids at like 60, 70, which maybe you might, I mean, there's probably women.
This is the one who is 39 and hasn't figured out her life. At 70 years old, guys, she will be ready to have children. At 70 years old, she will be willing to make the sacrifices. She will have figured out adulting, and she will be able to have children. That is so upsetting. That mentality is so bad for our society. At 70 years old, I will.
This is a 21-year-old who became a millionaire on YouTube saying this. Again, just let that sink in.
Have done everything I want to do, and then I could sacrifice. It's like, oh my god.
You'd be really sad if you didn't have kids?
Yes, I feel like I would. As like a nanny, I feel like I've been around them for so long, so if I didn't have them, I would be kind of a little bit upset.
Maybe when I become older, like not having someone that's forced to take care of me.
Right. I mean, because we...
Okay, that's kind of sad. The only reason then that she thinks that she will be regretting it.
I love how this new story of more Clarence Thomas's unethical behavior of not disclosing his financial conflicts of interest didn't shock me.
Whoa, this is getting way worse. $267,000 RV. Yeah, funny how being a Supreme Court judge comes with these many benefits. This is apparently legal too. I think they're only encouraged to, make their, like, these sorts of things public. I don't think there's any law preventing them from doing this, where they have corporations give them tons of money, basically to bribe them, and then they just don't have to tell anybody this, like, announce it publicly. He is not only insanely corrupt, but, like, insanely fucking racist, too, by the way. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Is because she'll be older.
Like,
and won't
he's
have anybody
literally
to take
Uncle
care of her.
Ruckus.
I mean, obviously that's sad, and I think that that is how family structure should work. That the children then take care of the parents, but also if that is your only regret, I don't know if that's the best thing.
The Harvard study of adult development is the longest running study on happiness. And since 1938, it has tracked 268 initial participants and even their children's lives and well-being to see what made people happy. And what the study consistently found was that it wasn't money or status or the shiny car, but strong relationships with family.
Oh god, this is fucking retarded. Okay, so if you look at any modern research on how wealth relates to happiness, wealth absolutely relates to wealthiness. There's a linear relationship between income and happiness. The wealthier you are, the better, the better your life is, basically. Wealthier people also fucking live longer. I don't know what the hell this guy is talking about. This isn't a study. This is just a fucking article. This also looks like a really old-time, old-fashioned sort of photo. If you're... But that looks like an Amish community. Yeah. I think that might actually be an Amish community. What the fuck? When you're talking about, like, especially when you're getting into the early 1900s or prior, like, you're talking about a time when money can only go so far. They didn't have, like, fucking Lamborghinis and these, like, massive fucking mansions and palaces, and, like, just, like, the technology also, there weren't iPhones, there weren't, like, awesome computers and all this shit, so, a car is a car, like, luxuries would have been considered, electricity, gas heating, stuff like that. So the kind of difference that money past a certain point would even make for you would kind of be limited. But if you look at any modern research on how wealth affects happiness, there's a massive relationship.
Car, but strong relationships with family, friends, and romantic partners that was crucial not only for happiness, but for...
And if you're wealthier, you can retire when you're like 30, not work, and then just spend all your time with your friends and family. So, oh yeah, being poor, that doesn't really make a difference as long as you're, like, have good, close family connections, right? You're gonna have good, close family connections when you're working 50, 60-hour weeks just to be able to pay rent, right? So, like, it's stupid. Like, wealth still plays a role here. The only path to tell you're sentient. Let me see. Wow. Yeah, that looks like a sentient duck. It's a pretty good duck. I believe that chimpanzee is sentient. Those, or multiple chimps are sentient. That's kind of funny. I wouldn't feel comfortable around chimps, though. Oh my god. The hell is this? It's a really cute raccoon. I would also say sentient. Oh my god. That's a monkey. And that is a raccoon again. I would also say sentient. He looks pretty sentient. Thanks for the donation, The Only Path. Bend over to any tellers, no relations. That's pretty funny. Yeah, he literally is Uncle Ruckus. Thanks, Bend Over. 21st Savage, no tellers. The Capitol was breached by Antifa on January 6th. They set up the Trump supporters' proof.
Do you believe women should be able to drink and do drugs while pregnant without facing criminal charges? I'm pro-choice, but this question is hard for me to answer without looking like a hypocrite.
Probably should be illegal. Because you're you're not just committing an abortion, you're like debilitating a person. So probably should be if you're pregnant. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
He's getting his disguise on.
Okay, so I'm gonna wear this. I'm gonna wear a mask underneath the mask. You should wear this. I'm wondering if I should wear, what do you think?
Isn't that the guy who does the clown videos? Is this like a joke, or... Because that's the guy who does the videos clowning on Trump.
This or this? Yeah.
He's not a member of Antifa.
Oh my god, the America mask.
I'm not wearing this.
Alright.
You could also wear this. If you don't work for all three of these companies.
Well, anyway, that's not an Antifa member. Thanks, 21st Savage.
For health and even resiliency.
Tell that to the girl that keeps going to EDM festivals. Find happiness elsewhere, please.
So it made me think, does Western society's emphasis on individualism and personal achievement actually make us happier? Or is the neglect of the family unit and values and disregard for others exactly what's making our lives more challenging? Do you think like having kids is a key to having like a fulfilled life?
Well, having kids is very, very good. I love my kids. I love having kids. The first baby when I was 18 years old was a very difficult parenthood. You can imagine how a kid going to college experienced a life of paternity, and so we went through.
Like for me, I think it's key to happiness. Like I said, they're gonna be a little fun, you know? They're gonna be annoying, of course, they're kids. I know I was annoying.
I was annoying too.
I don't think it's for everyone. It's a hard job, and so for some people, yes. But for some people, absolutely not.
And just like how I used to think that having a family would detract from my lifelong goals like building a media company, I now realize that it can actually be my biggest motivator to achieve that and even more. And it's when we decide to fearlessly navigate through the nuances of life to find what truly matters to us. That's what I call.
If you don't have like the interest in doing that, why the hell would you do that? Like, yeah, if you want to kind of sort out other things first before having kids, like, clearly having kids isn't the biggest priority for you, so why would you pressure somebody into having children when they don't really want to, at least not right now? It's just fucking retarded.
Exploring the unfamiliar. And with that, thanks for watching, and like, comment, and subscribe if you want to see more content where I turn street interviews into investigative journalism.
I love this guy. I've reacted to, I think this is my second video that I've reacted.
But he's Asian, so, you know, he's gonna have to get deported, right?
Two of his, and they're so good. And I love at the end where you see that he's laughing with people, and he's so kind, and he genuinely is interested, and he gets really, really good answers, and he obviously spends a lot of time out there talking to people and spends a lot of time researching, which, you know, that kind of nuance often doesn't usually exist online, especially in 2023.
He did no research. He pulled up one fucking random article that wasn't a peer-reviewed study, and then he just interviewed random fucking people.
But I wanted to read some of the comments on the video. I just have a few of them. I saw a lot of comments echoing this thought process. I think one thing missing from the argument is the reality of single motherhood for a lot of mothers nowadays. I think part of us not wanting to have children is in the fact that men have a choice to participate, and the reality that they choose not to is real and scary. I know watching some of my friends and family essentially be ghosted by the fathers of their children or co-parenting has been a contributing factor in my choice to wait. We as a society aren't really holding men accountable for offspring in the same way that women are held accountable, but I think it's...
Oh, hear that. Hear that. So, Brett is saying, because I can't have the type of relationship that I want, where I can find a guy that I find attractive who will stay around, I'm gonna like try to promote for like this idea for legislation that where women can sink their claws into you even fucking deeper and force you to give up more money, force you to stay around, just so I can get whatever I fucking want. Okay, that's funny.
It takes two. Another person said, I'm 36 years old. My answer is simple. I've never met a man reliable enough to have and raise children with, and I really tried hard to find one. I'm sure as hell not raising a child alone in this economy and with my mental health. I would have respected it. I was respecting it up until she said that. And then I was like, okay, that's the selfishest part. Maybe it actually is genuine. I'm jaded now. Sometimes not having children is the most responsible thing an adult can do. And I do actually agree with this and sympathize with these women because there is an epidemic of fatherlessness in Western civilization. We know that men are walking out. And again, this goes back to, how they are raised and our society that gives them permission to do so because family just is not valued. I think if you change the values, that will also start to change. Another common trend in the comments was this.
If having kids is so great and makes your life so fulfilling, then why are all these fathers walking out on their fucking families? If having a family is just so amazing, right? Like, if it makes you happier, like, why would you walk out on something that makes you happier? So, if having kids, having a family makes you so happy, life is so much better with them, why are all these dudes walking out? It's because having kids suck, and the kids that they're having, the women they're having these kids with suck.
This woman is only 21 and her brain is fully developed. Maui has a surprise for you.
Let me take a look.
Maui, you want to roll over for Richard? I'm not asking. You will roll over. You will. I'm going to make you roll over. I'm going to twist your paw. Me. Maui, the orange tabby.
There he goes.
Good job, sweetheart.
It's really weird how he does that whenever you sing. Thanks for the donation, the then now. Yeah, so it's not just about having kids being great. Like, you have to have kids with the right fucking person. And there are obviously big downsides to having kids. And if you're not just interested in having kids, if you're not one of those people, yeah, you're gonna see people walk out on their fucking kids. So it's not as simple as just having fucking children, your life will be better. You have to have kids with the right fucking person, and you have to be motivated to want to have fucking kids. So, like, this idea that just having kids is awesome no matter what, just have fucking kids, like, it's stupid. Like, she literally makes arguments that go against her fucking position. Like, oh, having kids is amazing, everybody's happier. All these dads are walking out on their kids.
What I think should also be mentioned is declining fertility.
Stupid.
How many couples try to have kids but can't.
Oh, thy only path to tell others, if animals aren't people, explain this. Let me see. That is something a person would do. So yes, that cat is a person. Oh my god. That's also something a person would do. That bear is a person. Oh my god. That cat and that bird are people too. That's really cute. Oh my god. That dog's definitely a person. Thanks for the donation, Thy Only Path.
Brett Cooper is so damn cute. You know she plays the nice Catholic schoolgirl, but deep down she's a dirty little slut. What I would do to be able to pound her out along with Abby Shapiro, oh my gosh.
No, I think she's actually vanilla as fuck. I don't think she's a freak. That's probably why she has, like, she's still a virgin, has trouble dating, because she's, like, fucking boring. Thanks for the nation, though, Poop.
And how weird it is that countries are so desperate for higher birth rates, but most of them refuse to give enough or any financial aid for IVF and other assisted reproduction. But this also just breaks my heart because we are finally seeing through all the lies that we have been told about our health, and specifically with women, our fertility, that women can be on hormonal birth control for decades and it won't impact anything. We'll be able to have children totally fine after we get off of it. You know, that the food we eat does.
Yes, if you stop taking birth control, you will be able to have children just fine. That's why you have to keep taking birth control, you fucking idiot.
Not matter, and that Lucky Charms is actually healthier than steak, and that food doesn't impact your hormones, and the products that we put all over our skin, which is the largest and most absorbent organ on our body, isn't taking a toll on our fertility and our hormones. It's crazy, and so many couples are paying for these lies themselves because.
What a wacko. Like, this isn't anything fucking new. Not everybody is capable of having children. Especially considering she runs a conservative fucking channel. Like, the Bible has how many fucking stories about people not being able to have children?
Because they have been fed all of this BS. Another trend that I saw in the comments was this. I think if somebody doesn't want to have kids, it shouldn't be forced. Also, nobody is arguing that it is forced. Again, I'm more interested in the social reasons why it's not happening. I grew up in a home where I wasn't wanted, and as a result, I have horrendous psychological scars, which I'm in therapy for. Don't force this, and don't pretend that having kids is easy. And I think that this goes back to a failure in parenting in our culture, which has allowed parents the permission to take this out on their kids. Like, sadly, abuse exists. That is real, and I put that in a different category. But whether you want kids or not, if you bring a child into this world, whether it is intentionally or accidentally, it becomes your responsibility to care for them, both emotionally and physically. So get over yourself. Be better than your parents. If that was your experience, be better than that. And stop being so selfish and believing that the entire world revolves around you and your money and you having fun, because it doesn't. I hope you enjoyed this episode of the comment section. And
Well, that was a dumb video.
If I had a family and times got hard, I'd just walk out on them. Fuck it, Oreo man.
Yes. Words to live by. Thanks for that donation, Ben. Here we go. Tate speech part 2.
Welcome back for part 2 of the series Andrew Tate, Matrix of Lies. In part 1 we covered claims made about Tate's early life, then went through his questionable kickboxing championship record and career, and ended off with a controversy that ended his stint on Big Brother. This segment is going to move forward from that point to focus on the mythos surrounding Andrew and Tristan Tate, and their social media empire they now.
I could get behind this sport of duck curling, lol.
Let me see. That's pretty funny. They're slipping. Those are some good ducks. I actually took Prismo to the park today, and he saw geese for the first time. And he was a little afraid of them.
What do you think would be the result if you debated Tristan Tate on veganism? Do you think he would concede?
No, he'd probably just act like a fucking dumbass, just like everybody else does, and just thinks he's right, even though what he's saying is just nonsense. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. And thank you, Ben. I have a cat here. See this cat? It's a good cat. It's a good
flaunt across multiple platforms. At one point, when saner minds prevailed, the Tates were actually banned across most mainstream social media. Andrew Tate's primary Twitter account, @ofwudan, that's another story we'll get into, got kicked off Twitter in 2017 after criticizing the Me Too movement, telling victims they bore some responsibility for getting raped and abused. Further, he posted how the movement was actually harming
not surprising coming from him.
Women and was destroying the safety of men. Not surprisingly, at that very moment in time, Tate had been charged with and was being investigated for a 2015 rape incident in the UK. The audio voicemail recording we used in part 1, detailing how he strangled her, was part of the evidence against Tate. Other reprehensible acts committed against the victim were also part of the evidence kit, including text that read, "I loved raping you." However, after a 4-year investigation into the incident, the UK authorities declined to prosecute Tate, who had fled to Romania in the meantime while he was under investigation. In short, the UK authorities in 2015 had the opportunity to stop Tate, and they completely dropped the ball by not only allowing him to skate on these charges, which seemed to embolden him, but also by allowing him
UK police are completely inept.
to move his operation to Romania. Here's Tate telling his fans why he made that move.
This is probably 40% of the reason I moved to Romania, because in Eastern Europe, none of this garbage flies. If you're going to go to the police and say he raped me back in 1988, they're going to say we should have done something about it then. If you go to the police and say he raped me yesterday, say, okay, have you got physical evidence? Or is there CCTV proof?
Well, if she's vanilla, then I am up to the challenge of popping that fresh tight cherry. You can tell she wants a real man to pound her out and show her how it's done. She needs to be taught how to be that dirty little slut she is deep down inside.
Well, good luck with that. I think she is just a really boring, lame, vanilla as it fucking gets type of girl, and it's probably just gonna be that way. Thanks to the nation, though, Poop. Yeah, wow. So Andrew Tate moved to Romania because he wants it harder for women to go to the police if they've been raped. That's definitely something you should say publicly.
Where it happened. Okay, let's go interview him right now. And if it wasn't really rape, we went to the club, we got drunk, she agreed to go back to my house, we started having sex, and then we carried on having sex, and then we had sex, and she didn't say anything wrong, and then she texted me afterwards, and I didn't text back, and now she's saying I raped her. The police would be like, okay, she's an idiot, bye. But no, not in the West. In the West, you can tell them that exact story, you're still fucked. You're fucked in the West. When people say, why did you live in Romania? And I explain my 5 reasons. One of them is the Me Too era. They go, oh, well, you're a rapist. I say, no, I'm not a fucking rapist. But I like the idea of being able to just say, to do what I want. I like being free. And if you're a man living in England or Germany or America or any of the Western world right now, you've decided to live in a country where any woman, any ex, any fucking bitch who works at Greg's who you bought a pasty from, at some point in the future can destroy your life. This Me Too era bullshit has...
I've known a few dudes who've been falsely accused of rape, and it's not just my opinion, like, it's proven. One of my close friends, he ended up marrying this crazy fucking bitch who falsely accused him of rape. She ended up accidentally admitting to it in court, and his charges that were related to something else ended up getting dropped because she was just proven a proven liar. And the judge actually asked, like, why he even got arrested in the first place, because she was just fucking nuts. That did not affect him at all. Her claiming that he raped her, aside from having to go to jail for like a few days. But that did not affect his social life. There's I've known, let's see, fucking two dudes in animal activism where, yeah, they can't really fucking do activism in these like stupid groups like Toronto Cow Save, shit like that. But like, again, it's not like they're not able to get jobs. Like, their same friend groups are still around because people like know that they're not rapists. Like, just because somebody makes a claim, it's fairly rare. I think where false rape claims actually really fuck people over. It happens for sure. But I don't think it's too common when false rape claims like fuck you up socially. You know what I mean?
Not protected women. It's just destroyed the safety of men.
But we're getting ahead of ourselves again, so back to the main point we were making. Tate was banned across the big 5 social media platforms: Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok. To give some context here, Tate wasn't really on people's radar at the time, so his banishment from social media only seems to be mentioned now by mainstream media in retrospect in stories announcing that Tate was reinstated on Twitter in November of 2022. You get one guess which asshole we have to thank for that. And after the reinstatement happened, the floodgates of Tate's speech were opened.
Yeah, the Nazi.
Wide. To give you an idea how much these two brothers in crime love to hear the sound of their own voices, and the degree to which they are now using social media to spread their message du jour, here's a sampling of just the Twitter accounts the Tates control directly, complete with in-profile links to CobraTate.com, seemingly the largest of their web.
Fraudulent sexual harassment claims are common in the military. I haven't heard of any claim like that. From what I understand, there's an issue because of the chain of command, sexual harassment claims not being taken seriously. There's actually a fucking colonel in the Canadian military who was a fucking serial rapist. And he got away with it for so long because he was a fucking colonel, and he ended up murdering some woman after he raped her. And he ended up getting caught. He admitted to his guilt because the investigator was able to fuck with his head a little bit.
Websites. Andrew Tate's primary account now is @CobraTate. @TateNews_ is the one retweeted by the Tate brothers. It regurgitates everything they post. Then there's @TateWarPlans, @YoungKingsGrow, @UncorruptedMen, @TatePledge, @TheRealWorldAI, @HU4_official, @TheWhiteRabbit, @DiscoverTRW, @EmergencyTate, @ReachTWR, @TheWarRoomTWR, @MasterfulPoe, @HU_TheRealWorld, @Andrea the Cobra is most likely an alt account, @MorpheusResist, and @MorpheusCentral. Since Tate started blaming the Matrix for all of his current legal problems, saying he's now been attacked by the Matrix, he started fancying himself as a Morpheus figure, and had his animators do up a bunch of vanity clips featuring him that looks like this to impress his prepubescent boy followers. Fact of the matter is, Tate doesn't resemble Morpheus in the slightest. Morpheus was a quiet leader who built others up, never degraded them, never thought of himself as exceptional, and the women on his crew were competent warriors who shared equal standing with their male counterparts. Tate is far more like a Cypher character, an underhanded wannabe.
I want to be rich. Someone important. Like an actor.
Whatever you want.
A self-concerned narcissist who didn't care who he hurt in order to achieve his own selfish goals.
I don't believe it.
Believe it or not, you piece of shit, you're still gonna burn.
In addition to the other Twitter profiles, Tristan Tate has 4 of his own. The one that was suspended, @LivesTalisman, also @Tate the Talisman, @TalisManagement, and @Talisman_Tate. And in true digital narcissistic fashion, the brothers' dozens of Twitter profiles point to more than a dozen vanity and subscription websites. CobraTate.com, FreeTate.com, WarPlans.ag, which now directs back to CobraTate.com, HustlersUniversity.ag, TheWarRoom.ag, JoinTheRealWorld.com, TatePledge.com, their BS charity website, EscapeWhileYouCan.com, connected to Morpheus Central's Twitter account, JoinTRWGlobal.com, DiscoverTRW.com, and TopG.com. Between their Rumble and their YouTube accounts, almost every move the Tate brothers make is video documented. Their main YouTube channels are Tate Stories and Tate Confidential. On Rumble, their primary account.
You can tell by the shirts she's been wearing that she's been showing more cleavage and is dressing less modestly. She's finally realizing that she's not that good girl she used to be, and she's ready to become the freak she's always wanted to be.
Well, that's good to hear. It's time to make your move then. Thanks for the donation, Poop. Vegan Community Tellers. Sup, VG? I'm gonna get a cat. Do I need to know anything about getting a cat other than feed them vegan cat food? Don't get them from a breeder. Well, cats are prone to urinary tract infections, so you need to make sure their urine is fairly acidic. So I'd recommend getting a product called Pretty Litter. It's cat litter that turns color based on their urine pH, and it has a color code. And vegan cat food sometimes has a tendency to make their urine more alkaline. So, or basic, so it can make them more prone to urinary tract infections. So you just might want to monitor that. I'd say for cats in general, you want to monitor their urine pH. Can help detect health issues that can pop up. But then you can just make adjustments. You can either try a different food, or you can add in a acidifying supplement like methionine. Yeah, aside from that, you don't really have too much advice for you. Just get a good vegan cat food brand like Benevo. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Cum. Hope that helps. Tommy Kunwar donate tellers. How come you never responded to my IGDM? What's like, I get a lot of IG DMs, and usually it's people spamming N-word or sending me like fucking scams or something. Like, what's your name on Instagram even? I don't know. Thanks for the donation, Tommy.
Is Tate Speech by Andrew Tate. And of course, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of other accounts that rebroadcast the content that Tate's put out. This is a remnant of what was called their affiliate program, which is how the Tate influence grew even while they were banned on social media. Subscribers and fanboys could earn credits towards memberships in the various Tate programs by also getting their friends to sign up, which is why there are so many accounts that parrot every word of advice that Tates regurgitate. Now would probably be a good time to introduce the head weasel in the goal to document every single second of the Tate's collective lives in slow motion. This is Bailey Bolton, a very meek fellow who fell in love with Andrew Tate to the point where Bolton reached out to Tate and offered to fly himself to anywhere in the world Tate wanted to work for him for free. So when your social media feed is flooded with Tate strutting around shirtless and punching people that don't punch back, and smoking cigars while regurgitating useless self-help nonsense, remember to curse this particular asshat as well. Okay, so from here we're going to take information from these social accounts, news articles, and any other source we can find to dissect how Tate devolved into the sexual predator that he is today, and we're mainly going to use his own words. We'll be using video clips from the non-stop interviews he does and podcasts he puts out, hours of material every day, so it's honestly very hard to keep up with Tate's speech. And seriously, just the fact that their Rumble channel is a playoff of hate speech, that kind of tells you what we're in for here. Some of the interviews and videos are from early on in Tate's historical record, overlapping earlier material.
Another great way to ensure your cat's health is to mix their poop with your own poop and semen and microwave it until it's bubbling hot. You knew it was coming, it's me again. How many logs did you eat today? I made a shit and mayo smoothie.
Well, I didn't eat any poop today. I took a shit and then I accidentally flushed it down before I could eat it. But thanks for the nation microwave poop.
And some are from very recently. In order for you to have a rough idea when these videos are from, is going by Andy's appearance. Observing his receding hair and scruffy beard make it fairly easy to track him over time on his interviews. Until he shaved his head on camera a couple of weeks back to summon the top G, whatever the hell that's supposed to mean. And of course, if you see pictures of him enjoying the high life on jets or yachts that he's so famous for showing off, those are definitely all pre-arrest December 2022. In his recent library of house arrest videos, you can see he's become quite buff, probably more so than when he was fighting for money, leading to reasonable accusations of steroid use. He definitely wants everyone to see how big he is right now, hardly ever wearing a shirt these days. Maybe he's preening for the Romanian convicts that are waiting on him to join general population again. And when you're not admiring Andrew's pecs in his videos, he's taking pictures of himself admiring himself in the mirror. The truest form of narcissism a person can express. In this case, wearing American flag boxers, so people who didn't see this clip think that he is still a proud American.
I also want to give a very special thanks to Romania and the Romanian people. The number of Romanian people who send me messages of support is absolutely fantastic. This is my home. I love this country. I'm going to stay here regardless, no matter what.
From all the Andrew Tate interviews and monologues we've listened to, we've done our best to distill how Andrew Tate got to where he is today. And it turns out there is a very linear progression. As we mentioned in part 1, Andrew Tate was a half-decent kickboxer in his day, padding his record among a small field of competitors. When those paychecks started coming in, the former poor boy obviously enjoyed living the high life and being the big man, flaunting his newfound minor wealth. But those paychecks stopped coming in, and they weren't that big to begin with. As he says in later interviews, some of the fights were only worth $6,000 to $7,000 per fight. Tate mentioned in another interview that his highest purse for a fight was around $100,000. When Tate concluded that kickboxing was not going to pay for his desired lavish lifestyle, he turned to drug trafficking in his adopted hometown of Luton, England. Here's him telling you that.
So when I was 24, 25, I sold drugs. Long time ago now. I can be honest and open about my past. I was a fighter, but fighting wasn't paying the bills, sold drugs, whatever. So I'm selling drugs. I didn't really like selling drugs. I didn't like the anxiety. I didn't like the idea of getting caught. I didn't like the...
You know, for a guy who's like marketing himself as alpha male Chad, if you look at his profile, he has a very like weak chin. It's like almost no chin, sort of like Leafy. His face just kind of goes into his neck.
I didn't like the violence, the stabbing.
Tate has claimed in interviews that he made his first $1 million by the age of 27, which would be sometime during 2014, perhaps as a result of his win over Wendell Roche, a kickboxer with only 2 kickboxing victories between October 15th of 2011 and his retirement fight July 21st of 2019. Not exactly an impressive opponent. Let's say Tate's purse for that fight was the $100,000 paycheck that he mentioned. Where do you think the other $900,000 came from to give Tate $1 million? Then Tate upped his claim, saying that 4 years later, so by 2018, he was worth $100 million.
So I was broke for a long time. I made my first million when I was, say, 27. And then I had 100 million by the time I was 31, 32.
Long after he effectively retired from the kickboxing arena, the 3 fights he had in 2020 in Romania were unlikely to affect that total significantly. And if that was the case, why would a guy worth $100 million by the time he turned 31 be fighting Romanian scrubs for pennies in 2020? But Tate wasn't quite done making ridiculous exaggerations about his wealth.
I had 100 million by the time I was 31, 32. And then I became a trillionaire.
That doesn't make sense.
Quite recently.
Trillionaire meaning 1,000 billion.
Yeah, there's probably no way he has as much money as he wants you to think he has. I think he tried to tell people he had a $300 or $300 million net worth. He probably just spends all his money, and it's a lot, but not that much.
Correct. Trillionaire. The world's first trillionaire.
It's pretty obvious that Tate had no concept what a trillionaire is. So the tabloids not asleep at the wheel on this guy took some piss out of him for making that claim. Still, the guy has to have some money behind him while he's trying to convince people he lives full-time in a Rick Ross rap video.
I'm about to shoot a movie using all the same hoes. Bouncing through the college for the campus hoes. Promise I'm a scholar, always gotta sample those.
So where did the Tate money come from? According to Andrew Tate, after fighting failed to deliver the windfall he needed to support his lifestyle, he took the money he made in the drug trade and used it to franchise several casino locations in Bucharest through the Romanian mob, after being a drug dealer in England was making him too anxious and paranoid. Apparently, it also got him stabbed, because Tate wound up owing his drug dealer 2,500 pounds. Tate says this about the attack.
And then about 4 days later, I was walking to my car in a car park late at night. Typical English weather. It was a little bit wet, dark, and I heard footsteps coming fast. And as I turned to see what the footsteps was, he attempted to stab me. And that's why anyone who knows me well knows that my finger basically came off where I put the hand, took the knife instead of my neck.
Now, balance that fact against this monologue, which is completely unrelated.
I know a lot about dealing drugs. I'm not going to say I previously dealt drugs, but let's just say I know a lot about dealing drugs. And the problem with dealing drugs is as follows. Let's say you have 20 keys. Let's say for each kilo you move, you make 10 G's, right? So that's 200 grand. Let's say let's say that's 200 grand, right? But let's say the kilo of coke costs you 100, right? So it costs you 100, you sell it for 110. 20 kilos, you make 200 grand in a month. 1 month, everything goes smooth, everything goes well, fine. The month afterwards, there's a police bust, one of your runners gets caught, gets arrested, or they stop the car, or you get robbed, which is a big problem with drug dealers because you can't go to the police, and you lose 2 kilos. Now you've lost all of your profit from the last month, right? All of it. Or you have to sell every single kilo you have left for free just to pay off the debt to the guy above you.
Mr. Big Shot talking about hypothetically making 10 grand a key, when actually he had an enforcer put a knife through his hand over a 2,500 pound debt, while the attacker attempted to do Tate even more harm. So yeah, why not get into bed with the mafia in casinos after your drug dealer has tried to take you out for your drug debt? Makes total sense. And here's what Tate told Tom and Christina from YouTube's Your Mom's House channel about his casino mob connections.
How do you generate your income?
The first thing is I own some casinos in Romania. There was a guy who owns 400 casinos, 3 brothers, mafia guys, they own 400 casinos.
Dude, that's funny. So if he gets investigated further, I wonder if he's going to be a target for the Romanian mob, because he could give away some of his mob connections.
Casinos throughout Eastern Europe. Eventually, I came up with a plan. I said, look,
assuming this is true,
I'll open up your locations directly next to your biggest competitor. Worst case, the location doesn't pay any money, but at least it takes money from your competitor. I'll give you a percentage of turnover, so even if it doesn't make profit, you make money. I'll take all the financial risk. They agreed. I started opening up next to their biggest competitor. I actually did something that's kind of funny. What I tried to do was find ones in between their competitor and a Starbucks. I'd open in the middle, and then I'd offer loads and loads of free coffee with a barista and a sexy chick. So instead of going to Starbucks, you could just take your money, go get free coffee, and gamble.
And here's what Tate was saying about himself back in the early days.
This is why I think I have a bit of a following on Twitter, because I have a unique resume. Like, there's a whole bunch of guys on Twitter, but not many, like, world champion kickboxer, pimp, mafia associated criminal. Like, I've got all this stuff, and everyone's like, who is this dude? Like, surely it can't all be true. Well, it's all true.
The Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, an international network of independent media centers, intent on exposing crime and corruption so the public can hold power to account, tackled the claims made by the Tate brothers about their mafia casino affiliation. Here's how their investigation was conducted and what it reported, in Romanian, so we'll read the subtitles aloud for you. So Andrew Tate says he owns casinos in Romania, but Tate is someone who kind of exaggerates. So far there is no definitive proof that the Tates are active in the Romanian gambling market. Moreover, certainly not in association with the mafia. So we set out to see if it is true. When we found out the Tates were arrested for human trafficking and rape, we searched the internet for everything about them. Then we searched their full names in the official Gazette and filed a petition at the National Commercial Registry. That's how we found the Tates companies in Romania, including a company called Talisman Enterprises. The documents had some peculiar addresses in Bucharest without other details. When we pulled them up on Google Maps, most seemed like random buildings. The Tates had signed contracts with other companies that owned casinos. Those mysterious addresses were in fact casinos. It was surprising because it was true. The Tates make money from at least 4 casinos in Bucharest. They are called Las Vegas. We want to see what they look like. We're in one of the poorer zones of Bucharest, where there aren't rich gamblers, and the people come
That's
here
funny.
to gamble their minimum wage or pension. Obviously, this is not a fancy casino. I don't see how this matches Top G's Andrew Tate's depiction. So who are the Tate brothers' business partners? Are they really the mafia? And would the Tates really brag that they partnered with the mafia? Would they tip off everyone? We started digging into them. The documents we obtained are joint venture contracts between one of Tate brothers' companies, Talisman Enterprises, and a company called DMS Bet Live. They split the profits 50-50. The name apparently stands for the owners, the Doroftei brothers, Mahaisha and Sorin. The Doroftei brothers are mostly known for being the founders of the Romanian mixed martial arts brand RXF. They organize cage fights. These events are typically sponsored by their casinos, Las Vegas. The big brother, Mahaisha Doroftei, is almost invisible on social media, but we were able to find a few photos of him from many years ago on the social media accounts of those close to him. Then we started to find their families scattered across social media, meaning their friends, partners, associates.
Yeah, they're gangsters.
And the DMS crew is also made up of several people who have the initials tattooed on their bodies. I'm going to stop here. He says Mahaisha the Pole. This is really important. We discovered that although he was born in Romania, Mahaisha Doroftei also has Polish citizenship. We dug into old court files and discovered this transcript of a wiretapped meeting between a drug trafficker and his lieutenants. It says that in 2019, a Polish investor brought together several mafia clans from all over Romania to launch a casino business together. He wanted to open casinos throughout the major cities in Romania and become the main player. Off the record, a law enforcement source confirmed this wiretap is about the Las Vegas casinos. But
dude, Tate's
Sticks
fucked.
and stones may break your bones, but words will never hurt you. Nigger, kike, spick, sand nigger, wetback, Jew, cracker, sand monkey, hillbilly, towelhead, ginger, Uncle Tom, inbred, chink, beaner, slant eyes, poo skin, china, kung flu, nigger, gay.
Those are all bad words, so don't say them. Thanks for the nation, Mike.
But it gets even more interesting. Just before the Tates were arrested on charges of human trafficking and rape, police raided what prosecutors say is an organized crime group behind the Las Vegas casinos. They raided over 120 people and companies involved in a case of organized crime. According to prosecutors, most of these mobsters were fictitiously hired by the casinos as tech guys to repair the slot machines, but really they were hired to provide muscle. They hostilely took over the competition's casinos and beat up people who won jackpots at the Las Vegas casinos in order to return the money. The two Doroftei brothers were charged with being...
Whoa. Holy shit. So imagine being a broke-ass fuck who's getting, like, taken advantage of by Andrew Tate in these casinos, and then you actually win money, and then the fucking criminals that Tate is in bed with, who's running these casinos, beats the fuck out of you and steals your money just to put back into the fucking casino. Holy fuck, these people are evil.
being part of an organized crime group in November 2022. And recently, Mahaisha Doroftei officially became a wanted man in Romania. They issued an arrest warrant for him. He is wanted as the leader of the organized crime group. So yes, the Tates are in the casino business in Romania, and yes, the Tates are in business with organized crime.
Holy shit.
Moving into casinos certainly didn't make Tate rich, but it did make him a target for corrupt officials looking for free bribe money.
Romania is completely corrupt from head to toe, right? So I have a very, very extensive network in Romania. I like to make this very clear. one of the reasons I love living there so much is because
Like, this makes it even more retarded, dude. That he would do this. Why would he say this on social media? Oh my god, what a moron.
because I'm at the very top echelon of society. If I need to speak to the Prime Minister, I can make that happen. So we went and met with some members of Parliament, and they're like, well, it's
Oh
not
my
us,
God,
it's
dude.
European Union directed, all of this COVID lockdown garbage. You can open them if you don't put the outside lights on, and you just like on the sly. So I did a deal with them to open them on the sly and pay bribes. So I was open for like the first month with bribes, but the bribe kept going up because it's Romania, right? The police chief would come, he wants some. And the police chief would call his mate, who's the fucking, I don't know, fire inspector, some jackass, he'd come. Then the alcohol licensing man would come. It was just like, everyone's got on the phone like, hey, this casino's still open. They'll pay you to go away. So before you know it, every 5 minutes, someone's in the door for money. And we weren't making money, so we had to close down. So we've been closed we're still closed to this day. We're still waiting to be reopened. And nobody feels sorry for the casino owner. It's kind of hard to play the pity card. My business has gone under. Everyone's like, who gives a shit? Fuck you.
Now, if we can catch a contradiction here in this little clip, Tate says he's got an extensive network of corruption available to him in Romania. He's top echelon of society, he says. If Tate needs to talk to the Prime Minister, he can make that happen. Or at least he could with the last guy. Maybe that's why Nicolae Cuca got voted out a month ago and replaced with this guy. But if Andrew Tate really was top echelon of society, do you honestly think he'd have to pay bribes to keep his doors open? Or is it far more likely that Tate has exaggerated his status here as someone who had to pay the top echelon to stay in business? It would appear that Tate is a small fish, talking like he's the big shark. Now, the reason why we have gone into this amount of detail on this topic is that despite the Dorftes claiming they have broken all business ties with the Tates, both Andrew and Tristan have reportedly been recorded in wiretap surveillance as having admitted to being involved with money laundering operations. The wiretap quote reads, "You're not stupid, and you can probably guess how I make so much money. I have to hide what I'm really doing. I've been doing this for a long time with a team of girls working on video chat. The company was fake, but this is how I laundered my dirty money. Some of the girls who worked for me, I used them to do other things, to move money or illegal things, documents, etc." The audio recording is quite damning, and we're going to circle back to this when we start going over the legal battles the Tates face. But this segues nicely into the Tate brothers' webcam origin story, and as it turns out, it was Tristan who had already found money in the webcam game before Andrew clued into it.
So my brother comes along and says, listen, you're making a little bit of money. We're going to change it up. You're going to listen to me. I'm going to install some structure and some discipline in your fucking life. And you're going to make some real money. And I'm going to get a percentage. So my brother runs an OnlyFans agency. My brother's making 200 grand a month from OnlyFans. Casino's making more than that.
Little brother Tristan had already been managing webcam girls through an agency called Talus Management, a play off of Tristan's kickboxing nickname, Tate the Talisman. Talus Management still has a Twitter profile, showing everyone the various models that lonely incels could buy subscriptions to on OnlyFans. That lineup of models includes the mother of Tristan Tate's daughter.
That last Donna that said all of those bad words reminded me of the Tunnel of Prejudice from South Park.
Did you know that words we use
Yeah,
can show intolerance?
yeah, I know that one.
Let's begin our tour with a walk through our Tunnel of Prejudice to show you what it can feel like to be
Boehner! Chink! Nigger! Heeb!
Faggot!
Cracker!
Oh man, this is awesome!
Yeah, I remember that. Thanks to the nation, Ben. So this is pretty fucking crazy. She also looks unwell. Like, her legs are way too fucking skinny.
Going by the moniker Abigail Tyson with 3 N's. The fact that she is still active in this online profile game while raising Tristan's daughter tells you loads about the kind of man that Tristan Tate is not.
I had to downgrade one of the mothers of my kids from the house she was living in. I needed her to understand that you do not fuck with me. And she was living in a 4-bedroom rented house, and I was paying the rent and all the bills, and I pay everything. I said, okay, you know what? You want to fuck with me in that way? That's cool. You have 30 days to get out of that house. Here's your new apartment, 2 bedrooms. Well, what do you mean? Now your child doesn't have a garden to play in. Well, that's your fault. That is not my fault. Take her to the fucking park. I don't take shit. So it's never going to get to that level where they think, oh, well, let me call the U.S. Embassy, and because he's a citizen, maybe I can, because they know They know the consequence. It's not going to turn out good for them, or me, or anybody.
As declared autobiographically, Andrew decided that he was going to take the 4 girlfriends he had at the time and get them set up in their own webcam studio. Let's get him to tell you the story from the beginning.
Long story short, I invested in this place in Thailand, this property, which I still have now, which is not worth anything because of this virus and they closed the country, blah, blah, blah. And I needed to pay, I think it was like 400 grand, and I had a payment date, and I paid 300 grand, and I had to pay the last 100 grand. I only had 70 grand. I was 30 grand short, right? And I said to Tristan, I said, you know what? When's the last time I got lucky? And he's like, don't do it. It's like, bro, don't trust the big G. I'm going to go to the casino with this 70. I'm going to turn it into 100. So I went to the casino and lost all the money. I had some friends so I could hit up for 100 grand. So I hit them up, but these are guys you have to pay back.
Dude, how fucking stupid is he? Jesus Christ, what a fucking dumbass. It's just amazing, bro. Ugh. I'm just gonna go take a piss. I'll be right back. Oh, man.
Right? So I make the payment, blah, blah, blah. And then I needed money fast.
Technically, you needed 100 grand.
Yeah, well, exactly. I needed 150.
So that's one version of the story, but that story constantly changes.
Yeah, so I did a deal with some Albanians, and I needed some money. We won't go into details. I needed some money pronto. So I'm sitting there, and I had a fight coming up, but the fight was too far away for money, and I needed money today. So I'm sitting there thinking, how can I make money? What do I have that's worth money? Like, what do I have that I can even sell? And I was sitting there, and the only thing I had was all these girlfriends.
So the beginning of it was I messaged my 6 girlfriends and told them they're all coming to live with me, and I had a job for them in London. 2 of them wouldn't come. 4 of them agreed. So the 4 girls flew in. I sat them all down at a table. They're all like, who's this chick? Who's this chick? Told them all the truth. I've been with you all. I'm starting a webcam business. I'm going to get rich. Some of you are going to come with me to the top of the mountain, or if you're pissed off, you can fucking fly home. Just very matter of fact to the point, because I needed money. At this point, now I have not agreed to take another fight. I need money now. So 2 of them left. 2 of them agreed to stay. And the beginning of my cam empire was this tiny little apartment, me and my 2 girlfriends living in this house, right?
Normally, people are a little more consistent in their origin story, but regardless of the actual details, there's one common thread here, and that is Andrew Tate needed to make a bunch of money, and webcams are where the Tates finally started seeing some serious money come their way. Not by fighting, not by selling drugs, not through the mob casinos. No, by sexually exploiting their own girlfriends online. And by the time Tate appeared on Big Brother, this webcam business was already up and running. When the money started coming in, it wasn't good enough for Tate to split the proceeds with the girls on camera 50-50. No, he had to screw them over even further by lying to them about their earnings, which he justified by calling women lazy and stupid. When the brothers started racking up the dollars, literally off the back of the girls working for them, Andrew saw another opportunity to cash in on this by selling the paradigm he used to get started in the webcam racket to the same audience of sexually frustrated men that were already paying Tate's ex-girlfriends huge tips so they could watch the half-naked girls take vodka shots and dry hump each other. Now, just in case there's anyone who thinks we're making this stuff up or we're taking it out of context, we found the full version of Tate's earliest webcam instructional video that he used to sell online. It's an hour-long video, but for this episode we cut the content down to 5 minutes flat. The Coles Notes version of Andrew Tate's How to Be an Online Pimp tutorial. This was Tate's PhD program, short for Pimping Hose Degree, which he thought was clever. It's Tate describing in detail exactly how to find girls, recruit them into doing webcam, and then how to control their money and actions so they can't leave. As we said at the outset, there is no sugarcoating this topic. So, this is exactly what advice Tate sells to other men, according to Tate. Just remember as you're watching this, many people paid money for this garbage, and some basement dwellers mistakenly adopted this dribble as gospel for how to start up their own online porn studios.
You're effectively taking girls, teaching them how to make unlimited money from home, and then making sure they give it all to you. You need webcam, and you need MacBooks. You need a girl who's prepared to work with some pussy and titties. You want everyone to believe it's a girl in her bedroom at home on her own. There are only 2 webcam websites worth fucking with. The first one is Live Yasmin. It's girls who work for studios, it's professional girls. The website you were going to use is Chatterbait. Chatterbait is how you're going to get rich, because they will pay you in Bitcoin. No fucking tax, none of that shit. So don't worry about any of that. None of that's going to come back to get you. Your goal is to inspire a girl to make money and give you the money. You have to have some element of influence, believing she needs you. Because at the beginning, she will need you. But you have to keep that fallacy, keep that dream alive that she can't do this without you. When a girl is on camera, she has a public room. To make the maximum money, it is your job to train the girl to talk to and interact with that public room. She can also receive private messages, and guys are going to privately message her before they want to spend money. The girl's responsibility is to worry about the room, and all those private messages you are going to reply to and pretend to be the girl. She will go like this on her laptop and pretend to type, and you will actually reply to all the guys. It makes the girl believe that she can't do it without you. Pimp, positively inspirational and motivating person. Now, what do you say to the men when you're typing to them in private messages? The men want attention, and you only give them attention if you get what you want, which is money. So you have to be careful when you're talking to these guys not to give too much attention to men who don't tip. What I do, or when I used to type, is I'd be quite upfront about what I want. They say, oh, you're beautiful. I say, oh, thank you. Get my Snapchat then. I'm more horny on Snapchat. These are all things you can sell. What I did is I put a girl online, I'd have a countdown, I'd say 1,000 tokens till topless, for example. She's sitting there with a skimpy top on. Everyone wants to see her titties. When she gets to 1,000 tokens, the top comes off. 110 tokens for a shower video. I just say, go to the shower, get your phone, make a 2-minute thing while you're in the shower. You sell that video on and on for years. If you sell a WhatsApp, I used to sell a WhatsApp for about 3,000 tokens, about $150. And I had a separate phone with all my girls' guys in that phone, and I kept control of it. You don't let your girl have this, because if your girl ever runs off and leaves you, you don't want her to have an address book of all the guys she can get money from. You want her to leave and go, well, I don't know the account, I don't have the password to the account, I've never set it up before, I don't know how the banking works, I don't have any of my guys' phone numbers, I have nothing. And that's why they don't want to leave, because they're like, oh, well, he has everything I need.
Jesus.
Stay with him, he has everything. I'm telling you, it's a very important element, that control. Because once the money starts pouring in, the girls will be like, well, what the fuck do I need this dude for? Tax is also another important element for controlling your woman. You're not going to pay anybody tax because you're getting paid in Bitcoin. But you need to tell your girl that you're paying the tax. Because girls are lazy, and girls are stupid, and girls don't understand how taxes work. She'll sit there and go, okay, Now that allows you to do two things. One, it's another control element. Secondly, it allows you to pay her a smaller percentage. So I used to pay my girls 30%. They thought they were on 50%. So really you're paying 30, you tell them you're paying 50. The difference is in the tax. The girl you start with is gonna be your bottom bitch. Your bottom bitch is the girl who collects the money from all the other girls and brings you the money. You cannot get a girl to work for you haven't fucked. The PhD course is my recruitment system. You message them on Instagram. I don't mention webcam until after I've had sex with the girl. After you fuck the girl, you do the PhD test. If she passes the PhD test and she wants to be with you, then you start mentioning things like, yeah, but you know, you're always busy, you're always at work, you can come work for me. Work for you doing what? So you'll have a webcam business. Oh, I don't want to do that. So, okay, I know you don't want to do that, but let me explain it to you properly. In fact, I'll bring one of the girls who works for me. Your bottom bitch is the one who does the selling. You don't do the selling. My girl would sit there and go, oh my God, before this I was a waitress and it was shit, and now I do this and I make so much money, and the guys all love me and they adore me, and on my birthday they send me presents, martinis, 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 bang, threesome. Slam them both, your bottom bitch knows, this girl's like, okay, well I'll try it. Put both girls on camera together the first day, give them a bottle of vodka, put on the fucking chatterbait, 100 tokens per shot. The guys will send loads of money to get the girls drunk, because guys like drunk girls. Girls will sit there, get drunk, have a great time. You say it's your new job now. You haven't go to work ever again. That's how you recruit girls. You do not recruit girls any other way. Get it started, and if you have any further questions, come at me. I'm going to do a second.
Dude.
So all you chatterbaiters out there,
that is fucked up shit, bro.
who used to lube up their tube sock before tipping these exploited girls to watch them strip, just remember, this is the girl who was actually responding to all of your private messages and every WhatsApp message you ever sent them. The half-naked girl in the video never knew your name. One other thing before we go any further. Remember this lady, the one who publicly exonerated Tate from the beating video that got him kicked off Big Brother? Meet Vivian, also known as Cobra Baby with 3 Ys. Vivian was Andrew Tate's bottom bitch, his recruiter, his groomer, for at least 6 years according to this video, where Tate let slip a couple other pieces of information.
And I only get away with that because the girl of 6 years plays along. So Vivian's been with me 6 years, she's completely head over heels in love with me, she wants kids with me, everything. And we met and we fell, whatever, we're in love. But when a new girl comes, she'll go, oh yeah, I started off working for him and you know, it's just how it worked out. She'll super downplay us. When I bring on new girls, I usually pair them with Vivian. Because Vivian's younger, Melissa's like 28, Vivian's like 21. Vivian's younger, she's more fun, more outgoing. Melissa's really quite, not in a bad way, she's more homey.
He was having sex with a 15-year-old. So if she's 21, he's been with her for 6 years. He was having sex with a 15-year-old.
If you were paying attention to this video, you picked up a couple of things. The first is that Vivian was 21 when this video was recorded, and she had been working with Tate for 6 years. So this 15-year-old was one of the 4 girls that Tate called together to start up his racket, and obviously was the only one of the 4 that stayed with him. Another thing you may have picked up was that most of the new girls were partnered with Vivian to get them going. In Epstein terms, Vivian is Andrew's Ghislaine Maxwell, and we all know where she wound up. Which is why it was in Cobra Baby's best interest to come out in defense of Andrew after that video got leaked. Because if Vivian had been questioned about this and told them she was a victim of Tate, which is more likely the truth, given the way Tate smacked her around.
Okay, I didn't know that was the same girl, then yeah, she definitely was a victim of Tate.
Her involvement as a recruiter would come under scrutiny, which would put her in a tricky legal position, given the other accusations that had been leveled against Tate in the meantime. Remember, in Romania, until last month, the legal age of consent in Romania was 15, as we showed. It has since been raised to 16, but will remind viewers that the United States extraterritorial sexual exploitation of children statutes define a child as anyone under the age of 18. Although Vivian was not a statutory rape victim according to Romanian standards if they hooked up when she was 15 years old, she definably was under the US Criminal Code, which is something she may have not been aware of at the time. And since then, of course, she has participated in the recruiting and grooming of an unknown number of Tate's webcam girls, according to his own statement, where he has also said in other clips he was running 75 girls at the same time at 4 different locations. And if Cobra Baby had stepped up in 2016, when Tate was kicked off Big Brother, and declared herself a victim, which she was, all of the other girls that followed her could have been spared. Being a victim does not excuse participating in victimizing the next girl that Tate lured in. Just in case there are any viewers furiously typing nonsense in the comment section about how any of this could possibly be taken out of context, here's some more context for you.
Me and these two chicks, we just started fucking hammering the webcam game. The women who were on stream were beautiful, but they didn't have a fucking clue what to say. So I'm trying to teach these women, and the women kept fucking it up. So I said to them, it's like, you know what, fuck it. I'm taking over. So what I did is I unplugged their keyboards and plugged a new one in from me behind the screen. So the chicks would sit there and hit a keyboard that wasn't plugged in. And me and my brother.
Mike Donaty Tellers, John Zerka said on Fresh and Fit that a 21-year-old is more attractive than a 25-year-old. Does this give off pedo vibes? No, thanks for the donation, dude.
Eventually some staff I trained would do all the talking. The girls were just famoosers, just laughing and doing this, the titties out. And they were talking to fucking ice cold hustlers. We were taking their money, all of it. If they come and say, well, what kind of, bro, all of it. We were fucking milking them dry. Women haven't got a clue how to famoose a dude. They don't have, because they rely on their looks. They don't have any of the intellect. They have no game. You get a man with game and give him a female's body, a female avatar, he will fuck a guy up. I had these guys selling their houses, life savings, loans, all of it to me. Give me it all. You'd have a guy.
Feel bad or no?
Fuck no. To give a solitary fuck. If you come and you enjoyed it and spoke to the girl and spent what you could afford to spend, cool. If you turned up and you were an idiot and got a loan out, is that my problem? No. So I'm famoosing these dudes, right? So the guy would be like, what kind of guys do you like? And if he was a young man, I'd say, I can't believe I'm talking to some young guy. All these old creeps are on here. Oh my God, you're so handsome. Why are you even here?
So
if he was an old guy, I would say, oh my God, I'm finally glad to talk to you. All these young creeps keep coming and talk to me. I want a guy who's serious, who's ready to settle down. I know older men will settle down. Sell the dream, sell the dream, sell the dream. We got to the point where we had these guys falling in love with my models. Serious, big time in love, right? Because they were like, can we meet? I've sent you $200,000. Can we meet? Can we meet? Can we meet? And the problem
What was
is,
the most that one person sent to a model? Total.
Million?
Wow.
About a mil in about a year?
I know you don't feel bad at all.
Why the fuck would I care?
I don't feel bad either.
That confirms what Tate said in the previous video, but he continues on. Here's the degree to which Tate and his on-screen sirens milked their Johns dry, without remorse.
So what the girls would do is they'd promise meetings, and maybe this is a bit bad. Here's where the famoose would start. Because they'd get some guy, fall in love, they'd arrange today to meet. I need a visa. Okay, get a visa. I need money for a visa. Okay, how much is a visa? It's $900. No, but it's not $900 because I went to the embassy. They think I'm a risk, and I need a return flight there and back, and I need a hotel. I need to have spending money in my bank account. They won't let me come. Or how much you need? All right, 10 grand. Boom, it's 10 G's. Boom. Thanks.
Wow.
They rejected my visa. They said we have to wait 2 weeks. After 2 weeks, they'll give it to me. Okay, baby. Boom. 2 more weeks of tips. Boom, 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 boom. Because now he thinks he's going to fuck, right? He thinks he can get the girls. Now he's spending more than ever. 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks. 2 weeks come. Some other problem. Whether it's visa, whatever. We make up some bullshit, right?
All these OnlyFans chicks can learn from you, man.
Oh, man,
no,
bro,
but you know, like a free
people watch
free OnlyFans tutorial.
Yeah,
here in the DMs.
people would say, why did those girls work for you? Because the girls would work for me, and at 50%, because it was 50-50, would make millions per month. If they worked for themselves, they'd make fucking nothing. I was the best in the fucking game.
You could have double dipped and started a coaching to coach these guys too, right?
I could have, but fuck, I'll give it all for free because I'm rich already. So the girl would be online for 6 or 7 hours, but then when she logged off, was sleeping or whatever, on her WhatsApp, I'd have staff. She was online 24 hours a day. Her WhatsApp, her this. She was famoosing when she was asleep. We were bringing in money from the fucking sky. We were promising all these meetings, all these pictures outside of embassies, all this shit. Eventually, the girl, what she would do is she'd say, oh, I don't want to go embassy. She'd give a really lame excuse to try and provoke the man to get angry. So she'd say, the embassy want me to come back, but I have a headache. That was the one we'd use. He'd be like, I just sent you $1 million. You promised you were going to come. You said you had to delay. Now you're saying you have a fucking headache and you won't go to your appointment. To make him mad on purpose, because that would annoy any man. That's what we needed. We needed a little trigger. And we go, why are you being aggressive? I'm not being aggressive, but you're not serious, da-da-da. And then we'd say, but you know what? I really like you, and I'm flying to the other side of the world by myself, and now you're being aggressive, and now I'm intimidated.
And we'd flip it on them, saying, well, now you're being scary. No, I'm not being scary, but you know, it's your appointment. You're supposed to go, yeah, but I feel sick and you don't even care. Female bullshit. Poking him to the point where you go like, you're a fucking scammer. You fucking scam me. Get really mad. I can't believe you think I was a scammer. I was going to come. I went to the embassy. You're a fucking liar. Every man in my life has only lied to me. I thought you were different. Da-da-da. Big beef. Big argument.
Yep.
Big argument. But here's the thing. The guy would get pissed off, right? And leave. Stop tipping her. Stop coming to her. But for these men, that's the only chick in the world, the only hot chick in the world who talks to him. Maybe it takes a week, maybe it takes 2 weeks, maybe it takes 3 weeks. He's in bed at night, alone, jerking off, looking at her old videos and pictures, watching her stream again from another account so she can't see it's him, sitting there going, maybe she was going to come. Maybe I just got too mad when she had a headache. Maybe I should have been a little bit more patient and she would have been my girlfriend. And 100% of the time, in less than 3 months, with an apology, a brand new pile of money, and the cycle would repeat. We fucking killed the game. Millions of dollars a week. And it was not just because I had beautiful girls. It's not because webcam is easy. It's because I am a genius. And I put together an apparatus of genius behind the avatar of beauty. And we fucking conquered the internet.
I think he's exaggerating a bit, but yeah, that's still a crazy fucking story.
Now, what's even worse is that the PhD program evolved into another web enterprise called Hustlers University, where these same Arrested Development men children can learn directly from Tate what it takes to become a self-obsessed poser misogynist, just like him. And it would appear they're still trying to avoid taxes because Hustlers University now accepts Bitcoin. Under the column of hard to keep up with the Tates, Hustlers University is now being...
Canada Tellers ran into a Christian woman today with her dog, and she said God created dogs to be man's best friend. But when I mentioned veganism, she switched up and said all animals have no soul. When I asked her if her loyal dog had a soul, she said yes. Well, now you know at least she's retarded. Thanks for the donation, Cannon. What a dumb bitch. Like, seriously.
branded on some other platforms as The Real World, which plays on Tate's recent adoption of the Matrix as being the paradigm for his life, where agents of the Matrix are collectively plotting his downfall before he is able to inform the entire world about what he calls the truth. It's more mind games that seem to be just clever enough to trick his mindless followers, known as tater tots, into believing that the brothers are targets of international overlords that will do anything to prevent that truth from coming out. Then, going one step further, if that's even possible, now Tate has his own secret society, known as the War Room. This organization, that you pay $8,000 to join, so you can chat on a Discord server with other people that paid $8,000 to join, is supposedly how Tate has managed to acquire influence, access channels of corruption, and obtain passports to myriad countries of which he is not a citizen, something he brags about quite openly.
So, for example, I have 7 passports. I have 15 driver's licenses. So let's say I'm driving my car and the police stop me. I'll just pull out a license from some random country. I'm in Romania. I'm driving a Slovakian plated car. I've got an American driver's license. I've got an Estonian passport, and I'm speaking English. Like, you think they're going to take my license, or they're just going to look at me and go, just slow down, bro, bye. The paperwork's not worth it for them.
Fuck. Yeah.
One of the known disciples of the Tate School of Human Sex Trafficking and member of Tate's War Room is Vlad Obu, who is also currently under house arrest for the human trafficking crimes that he committed. Also known as Vlad Obuzik, Joe Lampton, and Mr. Lottahose, prisoner number TBD is another martial arts fighter and video chatter charged with sexual crimes including sexual exploitation and using violence to force women to produce explicit pornographic
what pieces of shit. I'm glad they're fucking getting their comeuppance.
content. This piece of human filth thought it would be clever to post a video on TikTok showing the bruises he gave his girlfriend across the back of her arms and legs. He honestly believed in the War Room.
Whoa, what a piece of shit.
That was a flex. As with the Tates,
Wow.
this criminal used the lover boy method to attract his victims, promising marriage or relationships before forcing.
These are the people that the fucking Andrew Tate is associating with, and yeah, bragging about it in the fucking $8,000 like War Room Discord. And then everybody's like, oh yeah, sick, bro. Show that bitch, like, what, put her in her place. Holy fuck.
Forcing these young girls into online porn. The Loverboy method is something we're going to dig into deeper shortly. This particular trafficker forced his victims to get tattoos of his face on them as proof of ownership. The Tates would never mark up their girls with tacky face tattoos. Using their signature to brand them for life, on the other hand, that seems to be more their trademark.
Show the camera your tattoo.
Jesus.
What does it say?
Tate.
Why does it say Tate?
Because I'm his whore.
You are my whore.
Something we found interesting about Vlad is that he claims Andrew and Tristan Tate were the inspiration behind his criminal enterprise, but he also claims to have no business connections with them, as can be demonstrated in this photo of him sat next to Andrew Tate in the VIP section of this tacky neon nightclub. Our question would be, if Obuzik has no involvement in or knowledge of the Tate organization, why is he being called as a witness for the prosecution in their criminal proceedings? One of the main reasons that people like Mr. Lottahose try to mimic Tate is because the Tate brothers have been very successful convincing everyone that they have obtained unlimited wealth. The non-stop media coverage and his podcast appearances prior to his arrest show Tate living the high life, sailing on yachts, surrounded by women, smoking his cigars on private jets, or driving exotic vehicles, as one might expect from a high net worth individual. Here's the thing though, Tate doesn't actually own any of those things. In August of 2022, Tate was in Croatia, seen loading his entourage and paid companionship onto a $100 million yacht sailing out of Split called Freedom. His minions, like this YouTube channel Bape Cam, reported that Tate had bought this yacht after being cancelled. But that's not the case at all. Tate has never had $100 million to throw at a boat. The videos he put out of that trip certainly show him enjoying himself, riding the jet skis, cuddling up to hookers, eating well and drinking top shelf. But the 48-meter yacht Freedom is actually owned by a group called Goulettes, who recently refurbished the ship from bow to stern, as you can see in their promotional video tour, so they could charter the craft for 100 to 130,000 euros per week in a high season. Freedom has 11 bedrooms, providing accommodation for up to 22 guests. So if you split that tally equally between 22 guests and add food and drink on top, you're looking at about $5,000 to $7,000 per person, confirmed at the end of the video.
This particular yacht starts at 100,000 euros for a basic charter package. Food and beverage are extra, and you're looking at about $5,000 to $7,000 per person for the week.
So if everyone paid their own way on this trip, Andrew Tate was able to convince his simple-minded fans he bought a $100 million yacht by chartering this yacht that cost him as little as $5,000, then videotaping every second of their cruise for unlimited use in future videos. Next up is the jet that he loves to have his picture taken in. Of course, he has to charter that too because Andrew Tate doesn't own a private jet. Apparently, he did own one for about 4 months before flipping it. The guess would be that was just after he found out how much it cost to staff the plane, fly the plane, fuel the plane, maintain the plane, and hangar the plane. So when you see him lounging in these luxurious leather seats with his anime girlfriends attending to him, just remember, this image is as based in reality as a bride getting liquored up in a limo for her stag-up party, then pretending she owns the limousine. When Tate is lighting up the cigar that he always seems to have hanging out of his mouth these days, that is not his own plane that he's stinking up. Which brings us to an aside which we find humorous. Andrew Tate, who wants you to think he is completely refined, doesn't know how to light a cigar properly. Seriously, the tobacco in fine cigars gets brutalized when it's lit with a chemical fire, whether it's a match or a gas lighter. The term used by cigar aficionados is bruising the tobacco, a cardinal sin. The proper way to light a cigar, such that chemicals don't taint the tobacco, is either with a long sulfurless match on a cedar stick or with what's called a cedar spill, which you light with a match or lighter, allow to burn for a couple of seconds to get rid of the chemicals, and then use that to light the cigar. Many cigars that come in their own sealed tubes have a cedar strip included inside, which most people mistakenly believe is there to moderate the humidity inside the seal, when it is actually the best way to enjoy the untainted flavor and aroma of fine tobacco. The more you know. What's next? Oh yeah, his car collection. The one he was bragging about to Greta Thunberg. Yeah, the teenager that likes yelling at people on TV.
Oh,
dare you?
If you missed this exchange, let's keep it short and sweet. December last year, Andrew Tate decided he was going to take the piss out of the teenaged activist by tweeting, "Hello at Greta Thunberg, I have 33 cars. My Bugatti has a W16 8-liter quad turbo. My two Ferrari 812 Competizions have 6.5-liter V12s. This is just the start. Please provide your email address so I can send a complete list of my car collection and their respective enormous emissions." Her response was actually quite clever. "Yes, please do enlighten me. Email me at smalldickenergy@getalife.com."
Yeah, that was great.
One of the most viewed tweets in history. To which, Tate felt the need to release this video to again go after the perpetually angry 19-year-old child. It's Tate, in his best leisure suit Larry smoking blouse, kicking back enjoying pizza delivered from a local shop called Jerry's. The unique boxes with the shop's name and Romanian dialect, along with their website address, which Tate told his off-screen attendant to specifically not recycle to egg on Thunberg, contained enough information to give even the most casual viewer a reasonable idea where Tate could be located at that time. As it turned out, the Romanian authorities had been investigating Tate and his brother Tristan since the previous April, and were looking for confirmation that he was in fact in the country. The day following the video release, Romanian law enforcement stormed Tate's...
Yeah, scratch the floor to make it more comfortable. Poor dog. Yeah, Mai's hot, and then she has to lie down on the cold, like, floor, just the wood, and then, but she wants it to be soft, so she just scratches it, thinking it'll make it soft.
Bucharest compound and hauled away Andy, his apprentice, and 2 female accomplices. That's one way to get a smile out of Greta. Some reports like this one state that the pizza box information led directly to the arrest of the Tates. The Romanian authorities reported that the pizza box did not lead them to where the Tates were holed up. The timing was funny, but pure coincidence. However, the fact is, the very next day is when Tate and his accomplices were arrested on rape and sex trafficking charges. And let's be honest here, if you were the lead
That was such a great meme that Greta got Tate arrested. Oh, it's fucking funny.
Looking into Tate 4 months, had no leads on his whereabouts, no arrest on the charges, and you wound up getting clued into their location through a Twitter war with a teenager featuring a local pizza box. Are you seriously going to tell people that's how you crack the case? Probably not. But the best part of this story is that the cars Tate was bragging about, like the Bugatti Tate was fueling up in his initial post to taunt Thunberg, he doesn't own it. He doesn't own any of the cars that he liked to flash photos of. You need proof? How about hearing it from him directly?
I don't own anything.
I've heard you say that a few times.
So can you explain that?
Can you enlighten that? You own nothing,
I don't own anything. I'm just some dude.
I think you have a Bugatti though, don't you?
Yeah, when you say nothing, do you mean
do you not
nothing?
own it?
Nothing.
Okay, that's good.
I don't own anything. There are cars. Let's say there's a
that you have access to.
Correct. a trust in Singapore may own a percentage of a company in Dubai, which may have access to a car that I could borrow on a social media influence contract, perhaps.
Yeah.
But I don't own anything, and that's because if you own things, they come for you.
And now he really doesn't own any of them, since every vehicle Tate bragged about was impounded and hauled away as proceeds of his ongoing criminal enterprise while he awaits trial. Odds are very good he will never see those cars again. Also, it was 15 cars, Tate. There were 15 cars they took that were worth anything. But they left you the Lada, which will likely outlast all the other whips anyway. Unfortunately for those cars, they'll carry a stigma from here on in when they get auctioned off by the Romanian government. Instead of having a higher intrinsic value for being the car driven by a former kickboxing champion social media influencer, now will be referred to as the daily driver of a convicted international sex trafficking rapist. Doesn't quite carry the same appeal. But maybe they can sell the cars for parts. And since we're here already, watching the cars get towed right out of his driveway, let's take a look at the infamous Tate compound, which some refer to as his mansion, when it's actually a renovated warehouse at the end of a dead-end street in a rundown end of town across the swamp from the airport. Mosquitoes there must be a lot of fun in the summertime. Another handy neighborhood amenity is the local graveyard, about 2 blocks away, that you have to pass every time you visit the incarcerated Tates. The walled compound you're used to seeing in every Tate video of late is much smaller than you'd think, owing in large part to the camera angles that the videos are shot in. The compound lot itself measures roughly 110 feet deep by 230 feet of footage, where the length of the property is right on the road. Total square footage of the walled compound is around 23,600 square feet, half an acre, just under a quarter hectare. Adjacent this lot is another overgrown lot which might be part of the property, or it might be another lot that hasn't been built on yet. Either way, it's overgrown and it looks like shit. The largest building, the black one with the red neon entrance, measures about 60 feet by 120 feet, so a footprint of under 7,100 square feet, about 650 square meters. Not exactly what people think of when they think mansion. And judging from their decor choices, they tried really hard to single-handedly make black paint dye a rare commodity in Romania. Most of the walls in most of the rooms, especially on the main level, are dark as caves, with red neon strips to give the whole place a feeling somewhere between a strip club and a Bond villain lair. According to multiple sources and news reports, the walled compound that Tate and his sidekick were holed up in was only worth between $600,000 and $700,000, described by The Guardian as being less Hollywood hideaway and more rundown meat factory. Yet, according to other sites, like this one, the Tates reportedly spent $30 million on renovating this compound. And this is either complete bullshit, or these two idiots are the stupidest landowners in Romania. Because you know what they could have bought?
It's probably somewhere in the middle, where they probably spent way too much money than they really should have renovating the property. But I don't think he has $30 million to spend.
For less than $30 million US in Bucharest? Here's a couple examples. They could have bought this 78-room hotel in Mataia Mio for $3.8 million US, or the 14,000 square meter, 166-room Hotel Central in Ploiești Republici for $6.5 million. Those are just two of the multi-room commercial options available in the area. One of the most expensive residential properties is this one, located at number 9 Tudor Arghizi Street in Bucharest,
Damn, dude,
the
that
Maurice
looks
Blanc
nice.
Palace. The 50-room mansion alone is significantly larger than the lot the Tates own. And since they love walled compounds so much, this pick would have been perfect for them, as it was the former home of the US Embassy for 70 years and is surrounded by high spiked fences. Price on this property is under $5 million US. So if these two morons actually spent $30 million on renovating a beat-up warehouse in the deserted, swampy end of town into the black neon dungeon they're currently forced to occupy, they truly are some of
That doesn't make sense that it would cost $30 million. There's no way. No chance in hell.
the dumbest criminals in Romania. And that's saying something. So obviously we're going to have a lot of Tate fanboys crying in the comment section, declaring that Tate is incredibly wealthy and therefore all of this information must be faked. To which we would agree.
You're goddamn right.
That those facts don't line up. But it's not the facts that are being faked. As with everything else we went through, the actual wealth of the Tate brothers has been grossly exaggerated. And one of the first clues that these net worth numbers are being pulled out of thin air is that every article you'll read uses a different number. You can find people reporting that Tate is worth 100 million or 200 million or 365 million. Pick a number between 1 and a billion, add Tate to the search and you'll probably find it. A common one recently is 700 million plus. Tate has laughably referred to himself as a trillionaire, which is a completely different strata of wealth from millionaire, one so rare that no individual has achieved it. Not Musk, not Bezos, and not Gates. So Tate's had to tone it down somewhat, recently declaring that he became a billionaire instead. But again,
yeah, he might not have realized how much $1 trillion was. Like, he's that stupid. I thought he was like trolling at first, just fucking with him, but he might have been serious. Walrus Stony Tillers, would you ever go kayaking with killer whales? No. That's probably not a good idea. Yeah, killer whales can be dangerous. Those are some big whales. Wow. That's a good whale. Now, humpback whale for sure.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! He's gonna kill it!
Okay, these people are annoying. Yeah, humpback whales are great. They're really friendly. Last video's nuts. Hope they were okay. Whale swallows 2 women in kayak.
No.
Is that for real? That's pretty funny. Thanks for the Nation Walrus.
Again, there's no truth to this. So what is the right number for the net worth of Andrew Tate, with or without his brother Tristan? Apparently that number is 10. $10 million, 10 million pounds, combined. And here's where that number comes from. Romanian authorities that seized the assets of the Tate brothers and tallied it all up. This is what they came up with. We already know that the Romanian authorities seized the Tate's exotic car collection, and we watched those getting towed away. Up for debate is whether or not the Bugatti was included in that seizure, but that really doesn't factor in because, as Tate said himself, he doesn't own that car. Dicot also seized 440,000 pounds in Bitcoin. For someone who has long claimed that he's a big shot in the crypto space, even selling his related expertise on his subscription website, the Tates only held about 20 Bitcoin between them. The watches they used to brag about were also seized. The one pictured here, matching the Bugatti that Tate doesn't own, had a ridiculous $300,000 retail value on it. Then there's 84,000 pounds in investments, about 120,000 US, and 15 properties worth a collective 2 million pounds. And this probably includes the casino locations that they franchised from the mob. Tally it all up.
So they have $0 now, like absolute zero money. I wonder if they can even afford to pay for their lawyer, which might explain why they've been doing so many interviews incriminating themselves. They may just be relying on a public defender because it sounds like literally all their money was taken from them. Like they're penniless.
And the brothers are worth maybe 5 mil apiece. Not bad for former brokies, but certainly not an empire worth bragging about, or selling tickets to get into. Especially now that they stand to lose it all through their upcoming trials. But since we're over an hour into this episode already, we're going to stop here and pick it up again in a finale, starting with the multiple legal battles the Tates are facing, who their accomplices were, and we'll introduce you to the star witnesses against the Tates in our finale of Andrew Tate, Matrix of Lies. Hit the subscribe button and turn on your notifications so that you'll know when the Common Sense Skeptic returns.
Looking forward to that one. That was a good video. Man, Tates are stupid as shit. And they're just complete frauds.
Who are you talking to? Who are you talking to? Talking to me?
All right.
That's it. I'm going to dump you on the floor in a minute.
Welcome back to the Lackluster channel. In January of 2015, former Las Vegas police officer Richard Scavone approached a woman near Interstate 15, believing that she was loitering and attempting to solicit a John.
Alright, come on over, man. Hey!
What?
Come over here!
Officer Scavone is immediately aggressive after exiting his police vehicle. He gives conflicting directions, ordering her to put her palms together, while simultaneously holding them apart.
Get on! Put your hand behind your back.
So what do you...
I got the taser out. Put your hand behind your back.
Behind your back.
Put your palms together.
How am I supposed to put my palms together if you got my fucking hand?
Miss Ortiz implies that she is ready to comply. However, the officer reacts in a highly emotional manner, seemingly insulted by Miss Ortiz. He violently pushes her toward his police vehicle, and a moment later, she's thrown to the ground.
That's it.
All right.
That's it. I'm going to dump you on the floor in a minute. Hell you think you're talking to? Who are you talking to? Who are you talking to? Talking to me? Spread your feet.
My feet are straight. Why do you have your hands on my fucking neck? Get the off of me! You doing? I don't give a so what? Take me up and take me to fucking jail. You doing all this extra shit for what? Stay!
Get on your stomach. On your stomach.
Despite the high stress of the situation, Miss Ortiz keeps her wits about her.
Had enough?
She points out that the hotel has a surveillance camera and that everything these officers are doing is being recorded.
I don't care because there's a camera right down the hotel.
You finished? You finished fighting me? Are you finished or no?
But somehow, this still does not dissuade the officer, and he incriminates himself with further acts of violence against the defenseless, handcuffed woman.
You finished?
Get my fucking back off the ground!
You finished? EP 31468.
After appearing to kneel,
You're the reason I'm vegan. It's been 6 years now and I'll never go back. Thank you, Richard.
Well, no problem, Von Nottingham. It is my job, but thanks for the donation, dude.
on the back of Miss Ortiz, Scavone finally allows her to get to her feet, telling her to shut up, while he walks away to call dispatch.
Are you finished or no? Stand here, shut up. Understand me? Or no?
I heard you.
Don't move.
1-831. Do you have a
468.
Soon enough, he returns with more verbal humiliation, improper touching, and violence.
What else you want to do, tough guy?
Go ahead and take me to jail. That's all I want you to do.
You got it.
The officer then slams Miss Ortiz's head into the hood of the car.
What do you got here?
That's fine. Don't touch my butt. Ben, what the
Ever pull away from me?
Everything is being recorded. You're abusing me for no reason, and you know that. I'm not doing
Ever pull away from me? Understand me?
He then proceeds to reach down her shirt, despite her protests.
the fuck. Get off of me!
Take it out.
Don't touch my butt.
Wow, you can't do that.
What else you got?
Get off of me!
What else you got?
Get off of my titty! You're in my shirt. What the
Reach for anything while I'm talking to you.
off of me!
You finished? In the car. In the car.
This guy's a real piece of shit. Holy fuck. Donate tellers, are you finished or no? Understand me or no? Play video games now. Make sure you debate kid tomorrow. Record on stream. 'Cause I'll miss it. Yeah, sure. Dodo. I'll try to make sure that happens. Thanks for that donation, dude.
Oh my god!
You're gonna what? What are you gonna do?
What are you doing?
In the car.
These acts are clearly cruel and unusual, and they represent a clear violation of her civil rights, but not a single officer on scene stepped in to help Ms. Ortiz from her violent assailant. After the incident, Scavone was placed on paid leave with a pending misdemeanor battery charge.
That use of force report was reviewed by the supervisors, and ultimately it made its way up through the chain of command, where that report was reviewed by supervisors. We were notified today by the district attorney that they have agreed to go forward on a misdemeanor battery charge. Subsequent to this event, Officer Scavone had been relieved of duty with pay. Today, he remains relieved of duty with pay. If a body camera is present, it is reviewed in every circumstance where a use of force is used.
But when the body cam footage was released to the public, his situation became much more serious, as it marked the end of Richard Scavone's law enforcement career, and the beginning of his life as a felon. In contrast, all charges against Miss Ortiz were dropped. Scavone was fired from the police force, and
Littering and loitering? Like, that's what they wanted to... Dude, it makes no sense. They literally make up charges.
Subsequently pleaded guilty to excessive force.
This is the first time that I am aware of that we are bringing criminal charges associated with the review of a body camera on a on-duty use of force incident.
The FBI got involved and revealed that Officer Scavone had falsified his police report in an attempt to obstruct their investigation into the matter that led to 2 federal felony counts.
Nice.
No other witnessing officer was charged for failing to do their job. But finally, in 2018, Scavone was sentenced to 1 year in prison for excessive force. But when he got out, he violated his probation in 2022 after assaulting 2 individuals in New York. But this only
This guy must be a fucking real piece of work.
only extended his probation by 9 months. As for Miss Ortiz,
What? Dude, that is fucked. How the hell does that happen? Dude, for the dumbest bullshit, they'll put you back in jail if you violate probation. But they just extended his probation for 9 months for assaulting somebody? The fuck? They should have thrown that guy back in jail.
she filed a lawsuit against the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, Richard Scavone, and a number of other officers present at the time of her unlawful arrest. The lawsuit alleged that the officers had no right to detain Miss Ortiz, let alone arrest her, as A, she had not committed a crime, and B, was on private property. The lawsuit also pointed out that the other officers stood idly by and watched as her 4th and 14th Amendment rights were violated.
Beta!
These rights allegedly protect citizens against unreasonable searches and seizures and ensures due process, and in this case was the reason that she eventually settled out of court for $200,000. Fortunately, part of Mr. Scavone's punishment included barring him from working as a law enforcement officer ever again. So, let me know in the comments section what you think. Why does law enforcement as a career?
How the fuck did that guy even get hired to begin with? That's pretty insane. Let's see.
of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit just reversed a district court order rejecting a preliminary injunction against the ATF pistol brace rule and remanded the case to the district court for reconsideration.
So I initially did this video. I admittedly was kind of rushing because I had to travel and I only had a finite amount of time to put this video together. But I wanted to make this video as clear and as easy as possible to understand. After looking at the video, I realized that it probably wasn't as clear and concise as I may have wanted it to be. So for people who are just trying to get a quick understanding about what's going on with the pistol brace rule, this is me giving it to you right now. So you have the plaintiffs who brought suit against the ATF's pistol brace rule. They brought it to district court and the district court said, nah, we find in favor of the ATF, the pistol brace rule stands. So immediately the plaintiffs filed an appeal, brought it to the appellate court. And the appellate judges, there were 3 of them who looked at this case. 2 of them sided with the plaintiffs and basically said, no, we think there is merit to their argument as to why the ATF pistol brace rule didn't follow a certain procedure, which would mean that we can preliminarily injunct it. Now, they didn't rule that to be the case. What they said was, so because the district court didn't actually give a thorough analysis of how they came up with what they came up with to side with the ATF, we're going to throw it back to you guys using our analysis if you want or don't. Either way, we think there's some merit to this. So before we actually dive deeper into the analysis of whether or not they have merit, we want you guys to look at this case again and to determine whether or not they have merit. And the court gave them 60 days to do it. So for the next 60 days, nobody really has to worry about whether or not the ATF is going to come knocking on your door and taking your pistol braces. Now, after those 60 days, depending on what the district court rules, if they find in favor of the ATF, I'm pretty sure the plaintiffs are going to appeal and it'll go back to the appellate court and then it'll continue on from there. But in a perfect world, if things go great, the initial district court will find the same things that the appellate court found. And then you really won't have to worry about this shit. Well, we might still have to if the ATF decides to come back and try to do some other rules to make things work in their favor. But if the district court, after it's been kicked back to them, decides in our favor, then we're sitting pretty. Now, for those of you who want to get into the details of what the appellate court said as to why they figured that the plaintiffs had merit, continue watching this video and I'll break it down.
Spoken in plain English, and for those people who aren't too familiar with what's going on with this particular lawsuit against the pistol brace rule, I'm going to go down a quick history and then break it down for you in as easy a way as possible. So, in 2021, the ATF put out a proposed rule that used a point system to determine if a brace made your gun a rifle or a braced pistol. The ATF accepted comments from the public about this proposed rule, and they were all negative. Then on January 31st, 2023, the ATF released a new final rule essentially saying any gun with a pistol brace is now considered a short-barreled rifle, and as a result, has to be registered under the NFA or you'll become a felon.
Doesn't even make any fucking sense, dude. Like, the SBR rule is so fucking dumb and makes no sense.
In response to this,
the ATF is unconstitutional to begin with. It's so fucked that it even exists.
A lawsuit was filed by William T. Mock, Christopher Lewis, Firearms Policy Coalition Incorporated, Maxim Defense Industries. The plaintiffs, i.e. the people bringing the lawsuit, asked the court for a preliminary injunction which would stop the ATF from enforcing the new rule. The district court not only said no to the preliminary injunction, but it ruled that the ATF's new rule about pistol braces didn't violate the NFA, the First Amendment or the Second Amendment, and that it didn't fail the required APA procedural rules. You see, the APA governs government agency rulemaking. So, if an agency puts out a rule, there are certain procedures they have to undergo for the rule to be valid. The plaintiffs immediately appealed this decision, which brings us to where we are now, the Fifth Circuit Court. There are 4 factors to determine if there can be a preliminary injunction. Number 1, a substantial likelihood of success on the merits. That's the important one. Number 2, a substantial threat of irreparable injury if the injunction is not issued. Number 3, that the threatened injury, if the injunction is denied, outweighs any harm that will result if the injunction is granted. And number 4, that the grant of an injunction will not disserve the public interest. Now, what this court did was simply look at the first factor and then sent the case back to the district court and said, you got 60 days to determine if the plaintiff meets the other 3 factors. You see, the ATF can't make laws. They can only make rules that interpret existing laws. The ATF is saying their final rule about braces only interprets existing laws about SBRs under the NFA. But this court said, nah, the final rule affects individual rights, speaks with the force of law, and significantly impacts private interest. As a result, it has the impact of a law, or as they call it, a legislative rule. And all legislative rules must follow the APA's procedural requirements for notice and comment, including providing the public with a meaningful opportunity to comment on the proposed rule. The final rule the agency adopts must be a logical outgrowth of the rule proposed. If the logical outgrowth requirement is not satisfied, a court must set aside the agency action found to be without observance of procedure required by law. The court found that because the first proposed rule allowed an individual to analyze his own weapon and gave each individual an objective basis to disagree with the ATF's determination, the final rule vests ATF with complete discretion to use a subjective balancing test to weigh 6 opaque factors on an invisible scale. The final rule is not a logical outgrowth of the initial rule proposed, and because of this, this final rule violates the APA procedural requirement that I mentioned before, and thus the plaintiffs meet the first factor for a preliminary injunction. Long story short, the court is saying, based on our quick but not so quick analysis, you might want to take another look at this case and rethink your initial ruling, and in the meantime, we'll give you a 60-day injunction, but we'd really like it if you ruled on this within 60 days. Now, keep in mind, there were 3 judges involved in this decision, but only 2 of them ruled in favor of kicking it back to the district court because they felt the plaintiffs met the requirements for a preliminary injunction. The judge who sided with the ATF was appointed by, wait for it, President Obama. Again, demonstrating how anti-gun the left is. The other 2 judges were appointed by Ronald Reagan and Donald Trump. This goes to show how you vote has a direct consequence to your 2A rights. If Hillary had beat Trump, I'm certain this would have been a different ruling. Now we wait and see.
Yeah, it's entirely possible. Trump is not pro-gun, though. He doesn't care. So it's really more the people he appoints, but Trump would ban all guns if he thought it would gain in popularity. Nicholas $20 seems like not a lot of professionals believe feline idiopathic cystalis is linked to diet acid urine anymore, but that it is caused mainly by stress. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not an expert on that particular condition.
Or not.
Let me see, TT. Natty or not? Is that Asian guy? Yeah. Probably not Natty. That's like crazy they could row 500. It's not the strictest form, but that's like ridiculous. I'd say probably not Natty. Thanks for the donation, TT.
What the district court says. Speaking of Hillary Clinton and the rest of her anti-gun cronies, you see, a lot of these anti-gun politicians...
Yeah, Hillary's a whack job. I was talking to Destiny about how the Democrats could become like an insanely fucking popular party if they would just be pro-gun. And apparently Hillary Clinton was in support of the idea of holding firearms manufacturers criminally liable if their guns are used to commit a crime, even though they're not complicit in the crime in any way. It was fucking insane.
These people actually think politicians care about them, lol. They'll switch up their stances so quick if it means it will get them votes.
Well, yeah. Especially somebody like Trump. He doesn't care. Hillary Clinton's certainly like that. She's flat out admitted she lies to get votes. Thanks for the nation, though, Ben.
The one big thing that they want to do is ban AR-15s. Now, you and I know them as semi-automatic rifles. They like to call them assault weapons to scare people and get them to vote to get them banned. But you and I understand that these are incredibly important to not only protect our lives and our family, but also to protect our freedom in this country from a possible tyrannical government. This is why I came out with the Keep America Tactical collection and design. So as you can see here, I have my Keep Texas Tactical. And the beautiful thing about this is these come in all 50 states. So whatever state you live in, there's a Keep America Tactical version of it at shop.mrcoleonthewar.com. And I know there's some of you who live in states that are anti-AR-15s and you can't even own an AR-15, but that doesn't mean you can't utilize your hat or your shirt to advocate for the reinstatement of AR-15s in your state. And also, you who don't know what YouTube membership is, YouTube, but to like, let me know what you
Interesting development. I think the ATF just fundamentally is unconstitutional. It's beyond fucked how they can make rulings like this. Especially after claiming, oh yeah, SBRs are totally fine, whatever, and then, oh yeah, if you have an SBR, you're a felon. Well, what should we do now? I do have to make sure that I get up to do the fucking, debate with that stupid ass fucking kid. It's probably not even going to be around. I don't know. I'm not really in the mood to play games. I'm just sad. Think I'll maybe just end it here. I'm going to go to bed, I guess. But thanks for checking out the stream, everybody. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Sweet dreams.